There it is. Okay, now I can hear myself. I'd like to call the December meeting to order. The first part of the meeting will be in executive session, so do I? December meeting. I go, that person sounds just like. It's okay. Anyway, do I have a motion to convene into executive session?
Do you want the honors? Never mind. I'll make a motion to convene into executive session to approve executive session minutes for October 4th, 2022 and November 1st, 2022. Do I have to cite the laws? What did he say? Okay. Reviewing and or
Michael? Good evening, everyone. I'd like to call the December meeting to order, and I'd ask that we stand for the Pledge of Allegiance. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Before our meeting begins, I'd like to note the fire exits are at the rear and the sides of the stage.
Prior to open session, there was an executive session. 3 votes were taken, one for minutes, one for homeschool requests, and another to move an MOU to full vote in the open session related to the Situate Education Support Staff personnel, the groundkeeper position. Do I have a motion? I'm sorry. The first thing I'd like to do is ask for a motion to take the agenda out of order and
Madam Chair, I'd like to make a motion to take out of order item C, recognition of the Situate boys soccer team state champions.
do I have a second? All those in favor?
Aye.
And I'd like to have the team come on up if you can. Hold that. Keep coming. Watch your step, boys.
Yeah, don't end by full.
Soccer tricks out there. Ladies and gentlemen, the state champs.
Now is gonna, the coaches are gonna give the boys certificates, so they'll probably have to go down.
So I'd like the coaches, if they could, either come step behind the table to the microphone, I understand, or you can go downstairs and they can come down to get their certificates from you as they walk down. And I know Sal is here tonight also. Yep, and I think if the coach or Sal would like to say a few words before you start handing out those certificates, please do so. And again, the microphone is right down on the bottom.
I didn't come prepared. So I just want to congratulate the team. You guys did really well. I'm proud of you guys, and I'm really excited to see what you guys will actually do, especially the seniors, as you guys go forward into college, and I'm excited for the team that's coming back as well too. So like I said, I'm proud of you guys, and hopefully we can get some more wins over here at Situate in the future. Come down here. We have about 5 or 4. Yeah. Okay. All right. So I'm gonna call you guys by name. So Benjamin Campbell. Jackson's not here. Benjamin O'Leary. Giovanni Verducci. Bryant Emerald. Will Gregory. Bishop Green. Mason Brown. Brian Kelly. Marco Werhaso. Jack Battery. You not here? Travis. Cameron Healy. Jake Garshin. Andre Henderson. Austin Simons. Gavin White. Finn Wilkie. Ryan Parker. Luke Scalzo. Hayden Gershon. I think that's it.
Just quickly, I had nothing to do with the team other than I was instrumental with Mr. Hassel in hiring Ron and Evan as our soccer coaches a couple of years ago. Ron and Evan have done an amazing job in such a short period of time, and I'm really happy for you guys, and I'm really proud of everything that you guys accomplished. So congratulations.
So I'm going to talk from here because I don't want to talk to your backs, but I do want to congratulate Ron and Evan. Thank you for bringing us all the way to the top. And thank you so much. Because it is about leadership and instilling that in the kids and also the teamwork. But again, I just want to tell you how proud you're making our community. You're putting us on the maps. And so it's been a while since we got one of those banners up there. And so we do want to, again, congratulate each one of you. And again, thank you so much for, again, making Situate #1. Take care. You guys can come down, but I just want to say before you come down, I was watching you take that giant step down. I would have to sit down, get my legs down. I'm telling you, youth, I wish I was there again. You guys can come on out to the right. Take care. that is the item number 6 related to the discussion action vote for Rockland Oaks report related to the well testing. We have some special guests here tonight from the Department of Health. And so I'd like to have them come up and talk to us. I know this has been on our agenda before, and we have been waiting for the final report to come for a while. And so I'd like Colleen Newman to come on up and talk to us about what those findings are.
I'd like
Do
to
I
make-
have a motion?
I'd like to make a motion to take out of order, item H, number 6, discussion action vote, Rockland Oaks report related to the well testing.
Do I have a second?
Second.
All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Thank you.
Very short. Thank you for putting us on the agenda and giving us the opportunity to present this report that was put together by Northeast Water Solutions, who is an engineering firm that works on contract for the Department of Health for public drinking water system assistance. And I will turn it over to Mr. Ferrari, Bob Ferrari, who put the report together.
Good evening, and I concur this will not be quite as exciting as the state championship in soccer. However, I appreciate your patience. I'll try to keep this fairly brief, and then of course you can ask questions. We prepared a report, and it was very detailed. If you try to read the report, including the appendices, it's an absolutely guaranteed cure for insomnia, particularly the tables and the appendices. But what we were doing is, just to refresh everybody's memory, we have the Situate Housing Authority's Rockland Oaks elderly housing and the the immediate lot adjacent to the east. They have some issues with their water supply wells related to both capacity and quality. We had done an evaluation several years ago, and then we updated it last spring, indicating that while they could theoretically develop, upgrade their water supply, and they would need a lot of treatment with their water on the site, we felt that strong consideration should be given to expanding the high school public water system that's been in place since, by the way, 1956, when the 3 wells were drilled, the original 3 wells. And if we could expand that to possibly provide service to Rockland Oaks, which would eliminate the need for Rockland Oaks to be an independent standalone public water system. The historical records with the water quality monitoring indicate that the water supply at the high school is of substantially higher overall water quality. And the most outstanding question was, what did we have available for effective yield from the wells? Again, you may recall that there originally were 3 wells 1, 2, and 3 serving the school. They were all drilled in 1956. Well number 1 was basically shut down about 2.5, 3 years ago due to concerns over PFAS contamination. It's a separate topic. If you want to discuss that, we can certainly do that, but that's separate from what we're looking at tonight. Wells 2 and 3 have been serving the school. They have more than sufficient yield to meet the school's requirements. Very quickly, we did an analysis of the drinking water requirements for the both facilities, combine them. Average day demand in the combined facilities is about 4,400 gallons a day. And the anticipated single one-day peak is about 6,600 gallons a day. So we had to have wells that could provide more than this capacity. You have to have a safe yield in excess of what what you believe your demands are going to be. So we did inspections of the 2 wells, wells number 2 and 3. And then we did a pumping test program. A little more background. There are concerns from neighbors, say on Trimtown Road, Rockland Road, concerns that could their wells, their private wells, be adversely impacted. We sent out a mailing, certified mail return receipt. We got responses from quite a few of the neighbors. And in fact, We had neighbors, we had one neighbor on Trimtown Road. We had a neighbor at right across the street from the high school at 161 Rockland Road, 5 Adams Way. We used one of the wells, out of service wells at Rockland Oaks. Then we had the Melfi property to the east of them. And then we also had on campus, we used the irrigation well that's out beyond the football field and track. And then we used well number 1, which is out of service as an observation well. To make a very long story short, we did first remove the existing pumps and risers from both, well, first well number 3, which is in the parking lot in front of the school here. And we found some interesting things down that well. We do our best to clean the debris out and then reinstall the pump with a level transducer. Later on, we couldn't get good clarity, unfortunately, on the borehole. We'll have to revisit that somewhere down the road. Well number 2, we managed to get that well pump and riser out, and excellent clarity in that well, and it gave us very valuable information for the pumping test. And if you read the report, it actually clearly defines why we're going to have a limitation on the pumping rate out of well number 2. Ran a pumping test. Effectively, well number 3, the one in front, has a relatively very modest capacity, about 3.2 gallons a minute as a sustained effective yield. By that, you could pump the well at that flow rate all day long, 24 hours a day, and you'd be fine. Well number 2 and back, we declared the effective yield at about 8 gallons a minute. And the reason is because your principal water bearing fractures are about 120 to 130 feet below grade. And when we did at a pumping rate higher than 8 gallons a minute, we draw the well down below those fractures and they lose capacity. When you daylight a bedrock fracture, which is where you get recharge into the well, the fracture loses capacity because it gets very turbulent. So you actually lose yield. So we want to keep that above there. We define that yield as about 8 gallons a minute. The good news is you've probably got an effective capacity just based on well number 2 of about 8,000 gallons a day. That's based upon, with a safety factor, we call it a 75% utilization. You have about another 3,000 or 4,000 gallons a day out of well number 3 in front of the school. We don't recommend you pump the wells at the same time. So we've got an effective yield, not quite double what the anticipated average day demand would be from the 2 facilities combined. Okay. That's the good news. We are recommending certain selective improvements to both wells. We're recommending that a 3rd well be drilled because it's critical you have a sufficient capacity to support, whether it's the school by itself or the combined facilities with 1 well out of service. If you lost well number 2, you'd have trouble supporting the school, let alone the combined facilities on well number 3. Now, we are making some recommendations, which would include cleaning and redeveloping both wells, which I think will give us some capacity enhancement, but we're also recommending the development of a 3rd well on the campus, okay, that would combine into the system. Again, to remind you, we actually designed improvements to the public water system on the campus. It's a new pump house, all new equipment supplied by the existing wells. That system, we designed into it sufficient storage capacity and pumping capacity that if Rockland Oaks was added as another service customer, if you will, we had both the storage capacity as well as the pumping capacity to meet their needs. So right now, effectively, the design is already in place for the proposed improvements on campus, excepting the new well, and then we'd have to have an interconnection pipeline down Rockland Road to the Rockland Oaks facility. So that's a quick summation, and of course I'll be more than willing to answer any questions. If you have questions as relative to project financing or anything else, I think Carlene is probably in the best position to answer those questions.
Well, 2 and 3, I only got through the first 100 pages of your 200-page document, and then I did fall asleep. Wells 2 and 3, are they being supplied by the same vein, if that's the appropriate word?
Only partially. There's some hydraulic connectivity between the wells, but it's upper level fractures, not fractures deeper in the ground. The primary water bearing fractures that supply well number 2 are not the fractures supplying well number 3. Okay, we determined that from how the wells responded in various phases of the pumping test program.
And do you know where you want to drill well number, this new well, so that it doesn't tap into these veins that are already being tapped into?
Yeah, realistically, we have to go south to the, out, let's call it to the rear of the campus. I'd want to do a little bit more work to refine a possible location. Obviously, we have to be considerate of protective setbacks as well as, on campus activities and uses. But we'd be going to the rear of the campus to the south, okay, away from the school to the south, okay.
I know you already said this, but I don't remember the well number 1 that is contaminated. Where is that located?
That's actually inside the school. It used to be an exterior well, but when the school has had several additions over the years since the initial construction, and I would say it was probably an addition, probably at least 25 years ago or thereabouts. The school addition was built around the well, so that well is now in a closet inside the school.
Okay.
So for no other reason, I'd say abandon that well, because you really can't get at it to service it anyway.
That's great. And it's my understanding that you've already taken into account when the school is at full capacity, you know what that is like. And it's my understanding, but I would like you to confirm it, that we don't know at this point what the future lies hypothetically. If we wanted to build, let's say, a practice field next to Cato Field and we needed to water it, or things of that nature, there would still be enough water to water a practice field, because I know we have a separate well of irrigation for our practice field, but it's doesn't give us enough volume. Is that accurate?
That's correct. You have a separate irrigation well. That's the well that's out, let's call it, it's kind of beyond the football field and track. It does have some limited yield on that. And we monitored that well very closely, as a matter of fact. Both its we monitored its normal functioning before we did any of our work. Okay, we monitored for quite a while, as a matter of fact. There are some limitations. My suggestion there is, I think that well needs to probably be, its development can probably be improved upon, but there might also have to be consideration of another irrigation well. I do want to stress, we don't want to have the public water supply wells providing irrigation service to the schools. So we've got to look at that very carefully. But you are correct. We want to minimize any hydraulic connectivity between, say, the public wells and the irrigation wells. Yeah, absolutely. That's key.
That's an important point. I did not realize that this well is not to provide any irrigation.
Yeah, well, again, we recommend the department's policy is that, and we would recommend strongly that you keep the uses segregated. Okay.
It makes sense. People do it in their homes.
Yeah.
My question is relative to that third well to be built, as well as all the other aspects of the project. Is there an estimated cost, and are there monies available to defray that cost, grants and so forth?
I'll give you a very top of the head ballpark. You can all in with everything that you need. There's some engineering. There's obviously the well drilling. Then there's pumping tests and water quality evaluations and qualification. Then there's a pipeline that you need, as well as the pump and everything in the well. You're probably looking at, for a new well, probably, something like $40,000 to $50,000. That's again, that's a top line number. Carleen can give you more details, but I would, without stepping on her toes there, funding programs are available. There's even programs potentially with some principal forgiveness for schools. Rockland Oaks is already in this program as far as what their needs are. As it's funded through the infrastructure bank. It's actually using federal money, but there's the state revolving fund. And then of course, there's programs available to the school. So yeah, there's but there are programs and funding available.
Okay, thank you.
So one of the questions I have is when, initially when this came before us, and I think I speak for the committee when I say we all want to be good neighbors to Rockland Oaks. They've been our very good neighbors for a long time. That was the question. Do these wells have the capacity? And you're answering that for us now. My recollection of the initial kind of idea of this, that there would be a zero cost for us to implement this project. Is that what you're saying? That's not the case now? And anyone who can answer that.
Do you want to grab that one, Carleen?
So there's a couple of projects here. The first project is the one that I assume the school committee already approved for improvements to the public water system that serves the campus. The pump house, some, I believe, upgraded storage. And that application was submitted to the Department of Health. I want to say sometime in the spring. Does that sound about right?
The original PPL application was.
Well, yeah, but I mean, the engineering application.
That went in.
Yeah.
Probably
Yeah.
end of summer.
And
And that was submitted by the school.
Yeah, my firm did the design, but the application was signed by, yes, a school department official or a school official. Yeah. Okay. I believe Jay Martin signed the application. That's the application for approval for the design submittal to the state. Previously, and this goes back several years ago, when you had Jay's predecessor was Bob Carenti, and the original application to go on the project priority list was made. That was at least 2 years ago. That was done by Bob Carenti, who was the former, facilities person at the school.
So that first application is separate and apart from anything to do with, because that obviously would have come under our buildings committee, or this, like that we would have worked those into our budgets. Okay.
right. So that project is, will be funded if there is a state revolving loan fund, a loan that would be to the Situate School, whether it's the Situate School Department or the town, however that would, legally work. And that there is $200,000 in principal forgiveness for schools. So for the most part, if you qualify, if you're a school, you get $200,000 in principal forgiveness. So that project on its own, do you have any idea on cost of that?
We don't have an updated cost estimate now because, we did cost estimates a while ago, but I'm sure you're aware, construction costs are just wildly fluctuating right now and escalating. So we have to re-estimate. Ultimately, the project has to go through a re-estimation, to say the least. My expectation is the cost would certainly be higher than $200,000. The issue is, what is the actual cost going to be? And, we'd have to go through another cost estimate, and then we have at some point you out to bid and get your real numbers. But
So again, just to reiterate, that project would is solely to service the school, what we need
Yes.
for capacity within the school for proper drinking water for.
Yes.
Okay.
So the project to connect Rockland Oaks to the water system on campus would be a project that would be submitted on behalf of Rockland Oaks, and they would be the public water system that would be asking for funding. And because they are disadvantaged, there's a high likelihood that it will be a loan, but it will be all forgiven. I can't guarantee that because I'm not the one who makes that decision, solely. The Department of Health works with the Rhode Island Infrastructure Bank, who handles all of the financing for these programs. And they have a committee, and that committee really makes the decisions on, who they're going to loan to. And a lot of that is really based on financial information. But in my experience, systems such as that are deemed disadvantaged have gotten basically their whole projects paid for. So that is what I am anticipating, but I can't guarantee it until the Rhode Island Infrastructure Bank committee rules on that.
In order to proceed with the Rockland Oaks project, and as I'm hearing that's on their own entity. They'd be their own public water source, even though it's through our wells. We would not be the ones applying for.
Right, so they're an existing public water system, and so they would be applying for funding in order to connect their system to the school, and then they would no longer be a public water system. They would be a customer of the school.
Okay. So as far as this other piece that we had set forth before, that is what you think will exceed $200,000. Does that work need to be done in order to accommodate Rockland Oaks?
Yes, he's saying yes. He knows better than I
Can you
do.
clarify, Colleen, is the $200,000 part of the scope of the work that would have to be done on the school side?
Yeah.
Oh my
So the
God.
school, so if the school came, and that has been the assumption all along,
Yeah,
the application for the project priority list that Bob mentioned is, in order to get funded to the state revolving loan fund, you have to have your project on this list. And that was done 2 or 3 years ago, where somebody in the town put the application in for that, with the assumption that they wanted to at least be eligible to come to.
well, I have
to
to
the
tell you,
bank.
and I don't know how the rest of the committee members feel, but I really want to do this. I really want to help these people, but I don't want to put a fiscal burden on our schools. We're trying to make ends meet here. We've got new data coming to us from our healthcare company. Our healthcare is going to go to the roof. So we've got big challenges here. So I can't assume that we're going to put this on.
So that project was not designed with any sort of Rockland Oaks. I
Yeah,
assume it
because
was
our
Bob
wells are
Parenti
working fine.
had-
Sure.
All right, the impetus for the design of the original improvements design for the high school public water system was basically the system you have in place was part of the original construction of the school. Okay, and it's
But
beyond its
you
effective
just
life.
mentioned that not only are our wells working enough for us, those wells are working enough for us and Rockland Oaks. So I don't really want to go back and talk about what our needs are for the school system right now.
Yeah,
I want, because obviously we have adequate wells. Your independent study has documented that. My question to you is, if a third well goes in, what is the cost of that third well? You said 40 or 50,000?
Right.
So, but that would be on Rockland Oaks.
But that would potentially be through the application of Rockland Oaks.
Right.
And I know, Abby, I don't want to put you on the spot, but I don't know if you can come up to the microphone. Do we have what is the status of our opera funding? And between the school department and the health department and the town council, do you think we could cobble this together to make it work for Rockland Oaks? Do we have any money left?
I actually have to unfortunately recuse myself from this because my sister sits as a member of the board of Rockland Oaks, so I'd love to help, but
So
I can definitely get the information
so I,
too, and this is gonna be on our agenda on Thursday.
Is
So-
it just, can you talk to just the amount of opera funding and not related to this in any way? Do you have any funding left?
We have some funding left. I don't know off the top of my head the amount of funding that is left, but
But there's a
yes.
potential opportunity there to help us get us all kind of chipping in to get this thing to work for Rockland Oaks.
If I was the only vote, I'd say, but I'm not the only vote. It has to go through the council, obviously.
And you have to recuse
I
yourself,
do have to
Abby.
recuse myself, so before I am
So you can't
teetering on
even
that
vote.
line, yeah.
So Carolyn, to your point about the third well, my understanding of reading the report is because wells 2 and 3, we should call the new one well 4. The wells 2 and 3 are impact each other. And if one were to go down, if the one with the higher flow, and I apologize if I don't have the correct language, but where I live in Hope, we have Kent County Water. So I don't have a lot of experience with wells. But so my understanding is the new well is almost, it's like a backup in the event that especially well 2 is the higher flow. whichever is the higher flow well, were that to go offline for whatever reason, this new well would provide the backup.
That's correct.
So this new well is really in support of us tying Rockland into the schools.
That's correct.
So would it fall under the Rockland application for monies?
Yes.
The
So
third well.
that third well, 40 to 50,000, we don't have to worry about that cost.
Right. The intent here was that we did an evaluation of the school's facility and the water supply wells to see if it could accommodate the addition of Rockland Oaks.
Correct.
We made a determination that while the existing wells can make it,
Mhm.
we have there's a potential risk factor if we
Correct.
lost one of those wells.
It's
So,
prudent. It's just
right.
prudent.
So, yeah, right. So we want to have a third active well, which actually would well number 4, but that becomes part of the Rockland Oaks project
Okay,
because that's the driver that why you need that well. Okay.
perfect.
But what's not included in that is this application. So the way I'm hearing it, and please correct me if I'm wrong, at some point in the Jay's predecessor submitted an application. Our wells are over 50 years old. He submitted an application to be part of this revolving funding so that when the time came, if this was approved, there would be an opportunity to recoup some of these monies. Am I accurate in stating that?
If I believe so, and let me restate it then. The idea was the school's system, regardless of
Yep.
anything to do with Rockland Oaks, definitely needed some significant improvements. Okay. And so a design was done and submitted to the state for review and approval. Okay. That project, if it was going to go forward, and of course it has to be approved by the school and by the town, it's eligible for inclusion in the state revolving fund program, which can fund the project, with a loan, but it's also the school is eligible for up to $200,000 of principal forgiveness. Okay. And that's separate and apart from anything associated with Rockland Oaks.
And my only concern is that if we need that to be done. So yes, again, I think our wells, we obviously need to look into our wells. If they're over 50 years old, it's kind of like on a trajectory of what needs to get done. If that is not in our immediate budget to get done within the next year or two, then I'm concerned that we don't have the money to, because you're telling me that needs to be done. The Rockland Oaks piece, they're going to drill a well, that's going to be covered under them. But we need to have this major upgrade to our own wells, some of which will be covered. Now you're saying it's a loan, but is there there's loan forgiveness that goes along with that up into 200,000? If we don't have that budgeted within the next year or two, what happens to Rockland Oaks?
And right, and that's the key question, which is why I think moving forward, I think a comprehensive total, complete project budgets have to be updated because the estimates that we did say last spring are definitely out of date.
Okay, I want to stop because I'm really concerned the way this is going. I thought we were talking about, when I talked to Colleen, coming here, looking at this report, identifying that there was 2 wells that not only gave us enough capacity, but had the capacity to also serve those poor people who have been out without water for years. And I was like, great. And then I heard, correct me if I'm wrong, Colleen. Oh, and by the way, we're going to put a safety net under that. And we're going to put a 3rd well on the property. That's actually going to potentially be part, and I know you're not, the be all and the end all of all the approvals. That's going to be part of the Rockland Oaks application. And that's going to give us a 3rd well. That's going to be like a safety net for everybody, Rockland Oaks and the schools. Now I'm hearing 200. I have a building committee. This isn't on the building committee agenda. This isn't even anywhere on our list. I don't know where this 200,000, we meet for years talking about priorities, scraping the bottom of the barrel to get the facilities fixed for our educators and students. I never heard of this project. I know that maybe back in the day it was thought of that potentially, but it kind of flies in the face of what your report says because your report says we're in pretty good shape. And from what I understand, when you went back down and you tested the wells, you kind of gave them a little bit of a facelift and you upgraded them a little bit. So I don't want to go down a road where I'm putting in a whole new water system in for the high school. That's not in our plan. That's not what we signed up for. I want to go back to my original conversation that I had with Colleen.
So I've always known that this project was out there. The town of Situate, somebody, if it was Bob Parenti, I don't remember. I'd have to go back and look. Approached the department and asked for assistance in the engineering of that project. That was way before there was anything to do with Rockland Oaks.
And
Rockland
this
Oaks
is a
wasn't
long
even
time ago
discussed.
then, because
Right.
since then we've had a comprehensive, not one, two comprehensive facility studies done by a professional organizations required by the Department of Education. And that has not raised, it hasn't gotten on one list
Yeah,
yet. So
and
there's
I
so
don't
many,
know-
I guess my point is, Colleen, we have so many other priorities and things that need to get fixed, like roofs and
So,
classrooms.
All I can say to that is that what is going to be upgraded, it's not the wells, it's the rest of the system. That what's going to be upgraded is older than the hills. And it's just
And it will be upgraded as part of the application to Rockland Oaks.
No.
no,
And what is
That
the
was-
price on that?
that was a separate, and that's how it's always been presented to the department.
Okay,
from
I don't want to
Situate
move
and
forward with this
whoever.
until we can unpack through the building committee, have an independent study done of our own. Because I can't just sit here and say, yeah, let's go forward. And we have a $200,000 potential issue on upgrades to wells that I don't know anything about.
So this is frustrating on my part because the Department of Health has spent funds that they have to assist small systems to have the engineering done for this project. We were approached by Situate
How many years ago?
the past year or two.
Jay, do you know anything about this?
When I arrived here, the project that was happening was well within the works. I did sign an updated application for engineering to be approved, and that work had already been done. I haven't heard any dollar amounts. I just know that project was going, and it was going before me, but I don't know what project it means. I know what they're looking at, but I don't know if my predecessor had information like dollars or anything about it. I just know that he did submit for help with the engineering of the water system.
So Raymond, the chair of the building committee, do you know anything about this? Okay, I can't because I'm sorry that application went through, but unfortunately, that information never got back to our school committee, to our building committee. So I have to take a pause and we have to go back. Not that this is dead in the water or anything, but we have to now look at this. We need to understand it. We need to know where it falls in the pecking order of priorities or whether or not it really needs to be done.
Well, I guarantee you it needs to be done. We wouldn't be here we wouldn't have put an application or no, the town wouldn't have approached us if it wasn't necessary. The equipment that's in that room is old and it doesn't last forever. And the whole purpose of this is to upgrade all of that so that you don't lose your public water system. Something goes down and you're without water for, a period of time until.
Okay, I'm not
emergency
saying
repair
that
can be
it
done.
doesn't, and it sounds to me like it could potentially have funding behind it. Or
I think we need to go back to the application.
that's what I'm saying. I'm not saying that we don't need to do it. I'm not saying it's not necessary. I am definitely going back to our architectural and engineering firm that we've paid thousands and thousands of dollars to and ask them why it didn't show up on their list. Where's their list?
That's a good question.
I mean, we have to hold them accountable. And so I'm not upset with you at all. It's just I'm surprised and I'm so frustrated that I've been spending my time, people's time, I've been parents and good people in our community going to building committee meetings. And we never saw this ever.
And I'm just wondering, as part of this application, because I validate everything that you say and I get it, but the reality is we have a lot of old stuff in this building.
Oh, I
So
know.
it's triage, right? And it's not to say that our water supply isn't of the most, but I'm going to play devil's advocate for 1 second. If a facilities director, let's just say, and it doesn't make a difference who it is, if a facilities director doesn't necessarily speak for the school committee. So if he was able to, and maybe something came through that we don't remember, I think they just need to do some due diligence. A facilities director saying, oh yeah, we want to upgrade all of our water supplies. I'm going to supply this. And I understand what you're saying. If the state of Rhode Island is helping us do these engineering costs, where's the due diligence on the back part? Because one individual does certainly not have the authority to say, oh yeah, we're doing this. Does that
Well,
make
and
sense?
I understand where you're coming from. On my side, when I get approached by somebody from the town and they're saying, this is what we want to do, I'm not going to question them and say, well, are you sure? Do you have the authority to
Well,
do
when
this?
we
Because
approached
that's just not.
when
yeah.
we get reimbursement from other places within the state, there's due diligence that's done. This goes before this committee,
Yeah.
there's processes,
Yeah.
there's this.
I'm going to ask
Yeah.
Jay Martin just to kind of go back and see if he can resurrect the paperwork behind this. Let's get it back. We're having a school construction meeting. Let's get this. And I agree with her. I mean, when you talk about aging, we're wrestling with HVAC systems. We're wrestling
know.
with so many things. And, you know, it's trying to get ahead, keep ahead of it, you know, and where does this fall? Is it in front of the HVAC? Is it after the HVAC?
So the
But I do want to
presentation-
make sure one thing though, excuse me, Colleen. There has been some discussion about where the authority of this decision lies. So I don't know. Do you want to weigh in
Yeah.
on that at all, John?
Sure. The property here on Rockland Road, control, care and custody of that property is vested in the school committee. So the school committee is the ultimate decision maker as to what goes on this property.
And so. One,
It's not on.
I want to do everything humanly possible to help these people. I seriously want to help them. I just need to understand it a little bit more. I'm not saying it's going to take a lot of time. I mean, we're meeting as a building committee in the next couple of weeks. We're going to get to the bottom of it and then we'll figure out how do we go forward and what's the best way to go forward. And I'm potentially working with our town council. I know that everybody wants this to happen. And so we'll figure it out. We'll make it happen, but
So
I need to get back to understand this more.
there's two things we can do. One is I can ask Bob to update what he anticipates the cost for that project would be in today's dollars, which, you know, 3
If
months
he
from
can
now.
work with
might not
Jay on
be.
that, that would be fantastic.
So that you have a better idea on what the cost associated with that is. We
Mhm.
can also provide a synopsis of what the work is. And, you know, and an explanation on
Fantastic.
why you need, why
That'd
it
be
should be
great.
done. And so the application has been in, it's under review. In fact, comments just went back to Bob Ferrari today.
Mhm.
And we will review and approve that application so that you can move forward with it if and when you decide. to
That
move
would be
forward with it.
fantastic. And I don't want to ask this of you, but I really do need you to come to the next building committee meeting. When is it? Is it the 13th? It's the 12th.
If you could send me that information.
You don't have
Send-
to come, Colleen. I think we need
Or-
him.
or
We
Bob.
need him.
Okay,
Okay, so let's see if we can really look under the hood under this. Let's get us all caught up and that way we'll give Jay at least a week to help us understand where this is. And if you can get some of those numbers together beforehand, then, and some of the options for funding it, that would be helpful as well.
I have a question for you. The state revolving fund, when does that sunset? Like, what's the timeline and how quickly? Because I assume this is a time when more funds are available
The-
and we don't want to miss that opportunity.
The funds are available all the time. We get a capitalization grant from EPA for that every year.
So that 200,000 is a revolving, it's always available. So we don't have to worry
So-
about the timeline of that.
Right. That,
Other additional grant funds that are available that aren't usually, that might want us to move as quickly as possible on this.
so I'm not sure. I don't know if this is USDA eligible. I'm not as familiar with that. Yeah.
If you don't know now, that's fine.
Yeah,
I was just
I'm not
wondering.
really sure.
I just wouldn't want to miss an opportunity that may only be a
Right.
3-year opportunity or 2 or
Right.
1, because now's the time there seems to be more, funds available for projects.
And,
like
and
this.
also understand, and I realize that this is obviously an obligation, but say the project costs 400,000 and you'd get 200,000 of that forgiven. The other 200,000 would be in the form of a loan with with a lower interest rate than what you would get if you lower than commercial rates, generally 25% lower. So, that makes it attractive to a lot of people that are looking to fund their projects because they really can save money on them. Obviously, the issue is whether or not you even, where it is in your priorities and, and obviously being able to afford that additional, payment on a loan.
I have just one question. We have 24 residents at Rockland Oaks, according to the report, who are in need of quality and quantity of water. Once the decision is made, if the decision is made to go forward, how long will it take before those residents are online with water from the Situate School water system? Couple of months? I have no idea.
No. So in discussing this project, under the assumption that the project that that the town had come to us for upgrading making improvements to the school's public water system, we were anticipating that we could get the engineering done for Rockland Oaks, the new well, and the lines in the road to bring, the water from here down to Rockland Oaks, and get all of that into the Department of Health and approved so that we could, go out to bid and go through the whole process for next construction season. So sometime in 2023 is what we were hoping we could do.
So can you give me a ballpark? Like the building committee I hear is meeting in a couple of weeks. So
Monday.
Monday, I lost track of
Monday
the
at seven.
calendar.
Monday at 7:00.
Okay, thank you, Ray. So, if we had the go ahead in January, when would you estimate this project would be completed? What would be typical?
Go ahead, that's a.
All right. From the point of having an approved design, you have to go out to bid, okay, and get the
Yeah,
bids and then go
Right, I
through.
really just need
Yeah.
months. Tell.
Yeah, well, again, I'm
Yeah.
laying a few things out. The thought process was best case scenario would be going to bid first quarter of 2023, construction occurring second and third quarters of 2023. So presumably at some point in the late fall of 2023 project completion. Okay.
Okay,
It could be, I mean, theoretically, if everything lines up, it could be that fast. Obviously, any number of things can happen that could push that schedule back, just because there's a lot of
Sure.
moving parts there.
okay, so about 9 months.
I think that's your best case scenario.
Okay.
It could be longer.
Can this go forward without us upgrading our current well system?
It would be extremely difficult because your existing system, for example, you have one pump, say in your existing mechanical room, it is a high risk scenario. It's your tanks your existing tanks are 66 years old and they're in really bad
And
shape.
why can't we include the upgrade in the Rockland Oaks application?
That's a question for, I'm sorry to pass the buck, Carleen, but that's,
I
that's
mean-
one for you.
It really is because, I mean, I've never thought of it that way. So I would have to go back and have some discussions
That would
with
be great.
EPA and with the infrastructure bank and within our
And I'll
program.
give you some really good ammunition to take back with you when you have that conversation, Carl. For 50 years, our capital reserve is $200,000 a year.
I know.
But the first time in 50 years, we got an increase this year to 300. This isn't a little thing for us.
No,
This is an entire year's worth of work. So that's why I'm pausing. I want to go back and let's see what this looks like. And I don't know if you'll have an answer for us by that on Monday, but it really is a very big project for a small town like this with such a small annual capital reserve fund.
I will have that discussion and see if there's some way we can,
And I know because you
Look
live
in-
in this
look into
community,
it.
so I know you know.
I do. I
Okay.
very, well, very much do.
Okay.
So, we can, like I said, we can provide the costs, new estimates on that.
Potential funding
Synopsis.
of the upgrade.
And then, whether or not we can somehow merge that in with the Rockland Oaks. And are you available Monday night?
Yeah, I'll
Okay.
be available. I'll make myself. Yeah, just one other thing here. Just so everybody understands this. The proposed improvements project for the high school system didn't come out of thin air. This goes
No, it
back,
came out in 2016.
right, we started that work in 2015, completed it in 2016 and then.
And nobody heard a peep since, it seems. I don't
Well,
understand it. I don't know, I'm hearing it for the,
About 2.5 years ago, again, Mr. Carenti came to me and said, we think we want to start thinking about this upgrade because the system's in tough shape. I said, well, the first thing you have to do is get on the project priority list. He was a signatory to that application. And it just kind of went from there. Okay. I can't speak to what dealings he might
Oh,
have had with you or anybody
that's
else.
what we're going to talk about Monday.
Yeah.
Okay, because I don't want to hold anybody else up. I don't want to
Yeah.
hold you guys up. But, I feel badly. I thought this was going to be like, okay, we got this. We're going to run forward with it. But I didn't realize about the upgrade piece of it.
Mhm.
So let's go back
Sure.
and let's do our homework and let's get our heads together next Monday on it.
Okay.
Okay,
Yeah.
thank you so much.
Off we go.
Okay. I'd like to go back to ask the committee to please take another item out of order. And that would be the celebration of Clayville Elementary School. Are you celebrating because we're taking it out of order? Are you celebrating because they're number one in the state?
Madam Chair, I'd like to request to take out of order the recognition of Clayville Elementary School.
Do I have a second?
Second.
All those in favor?
Aye.
Okay, so.
Madam Chair, I am extremely proud and grateful to recognize Clayville Elementary School for having the number one scores for the science state assessment. Congratulations. Come on down here, fifth graders. You've been waiting a long time.
Yes.
So, yeah, there you are. You're all up there. You're on, right up front. I have to tell you that, it's hard. It's hard work. And you're going to see later on tonight how well you did and how well the school does. And I just want to thank you for your due diligence, for really honing in on what the needs of our children are to make them number one in the state. And I want to congratulate each and every one of you. I didn't realize you were all back there waiting for this, so I would have got you up here first thing. So I apologize for that. But again, you make us proud. And, you know, you're definitely a bright spot for our district. And I don't know if anybody else would like to say anything at all to the children or, but you guys are really smart, huh?
Can I
Wow.
just add, not only did they get the #1 scores in science in the state of Rhode Island, they came out number 6 for the state of Rhode Island in math and in
Wow.
ELA.
Wow. Do I have a show of hands of how many Clayville teachers are actually here tonight?
I just want to say that, Chairwoman Dahlia says, I apologize. You guys were so well behaved back there.
No, I didn't.
Honestly, I didn't even know you're back there, and I want to be
said they're
crystal
kids.
clear when
Oh.
I say this. I 1000% would have recognized you guys for your hard work academically prior. I'm thrilled for the boys soccer team, but you guys are top tier. So again, we apologize for making you wait, but parents and teachers, please be proud of these guys. Not only are they smart, they're well behaved as well. And we have cupcakes for them. Cupcakes. You're always in charge, Lori.
So,
I'd like to make one more recognition before we move on to the other agenda items. I would like to thank Miss Mary Manning Morris for her time and commitment to this committee and her work to the students and families of Situate. She certainly will be missed.
thank you.
I know I'm going to miss her, so I'd like to thank her for her commitment to this committee.
Thank you.
Oh, no. Sorry. I only have one arm.
Take it out for you.
Oh, thank you. Michael, can you put the mic on and can you state your name and address?
My name is Christy Healy. I live on 300 Buggy Road, and I would just like to say that I would like to recognize Miss B for all her hard work with our kids. She's been such an excellent teacher. Like, I cannot tell you how well she was, how much she did for our kids with the Thanksgiving project that she does all year long that she works so hard for. She's been an excellent teacher, and we are blessed to have her as a teacher. So thank you.
Well, thank you, Chrissy, for coming up and mentioning her. Thank you. Thank you all the Clayville teachers for such a wonderful job. Fantastic.
It's up to you. Move on.
Okay, do I have a
And
motion?
parents, just so you know, your children were so well behaved and they can have their cupcakes. They certainly don't need to listen to us the rest of the evening. They are more than excused. So please feel free.
Thank you, and you should be proud of them. They're very smart. You're really smart kids. Do I have a motion to approve the consent agenda for the minutes and the monthly bills?
I'll make a motion to approve the consent agenda to include the regular session minutes for November 1st, 2022. The bills or the general fund bills for a total of $273.44.82. General fund bills ESSER $297,818.67. General fund IDA Part 2 Food Services, $134,165.88. General fund bills IDEA Part 2 Title 1, special ed, total of 134,1834, and scholarship fund of 1,000.
Second,
Do we have any discussion?
I just want to say in the regular session minutes for November 1st, during public comment, it, under the Maureen Kennedy section, the very last sentence where member McCormick tells Kennedy that she did reach out to Mr. Hassel to shadow in a classroom as was discussed in negotiations. It was not discussed in negotiations. It was just something that I said. So if you could just strike as they discussed in negotiations, because it was not discussed in negotiations, it was discussed at an open session. Thank you.
Yeah. I want to continue to give kudos to Stephanie in regards of reporting. The budget, I find it is so much more clean. You can, for example, with the ESSER dollars, you can actually see where and what it's being spent on. I like the check grouping. It helps me see if there's just an individual name, I've got a place to go and find out what that was all about. But I do want to ask about the scholarship foundation. This might just be the last payment, but I thought there was a discussion about moving away from the school department, passing through, if you will, the scholarship dollars.
Yes, we are reviewing that. That's something I noticed upon my arrival.
Yeah.
And we are definitely going to work another way to make that happen. It's in discussions on how to make that happen because it also goes through the town. So we need to work together on that.
Ah, okay, thank you. Yep.
All those in favor?
aye.
The next item, agenda item is the introduction of Jennifer Goff.
Jen, if you could stand, I just wanted to take this opportunity to introduce Jennifer Goff, who is the new assistant principal for the middle school and high school for teaching and learning to the committee. She comes to us via McCourt Middle School in Cumberland. She's had about 10 years experience there working on curriculum initiatives and ELA, some initiatives around academic proficiency center and curriculum mapping. So we are excited to have her here. I know that she's hit the ground running and both Dana and Mike have used and utilized her experiences to help us dig into this state assessment data and talk about the best plans to support our kids in closing some achievement gaps and moving forward. So I just wanted the committee to have an opportunity to meet Jen as part of our administrative team. Welcome.
Lori, I had written down in my meeting notes something relative to the position of teaching and learning. I don't know if this is an appropriate time or should I save it for when we're going through the RICAS scores?
Is it connected to the job description, you think, or more connected to the work around the RICAS scores? And
Both.
then go ahead and
Go for it.
Yep.
Hi, Jen. So what I was thinking when I saw, you know, the recognition tonight, you were going to be appearing. And after I looked at previewed Lori's PowerPoint presentation of the RICAS scores, one thing I didn't see, and I think would be, oh, there you go, would be, you're in the lights from my end. I'm thinking would be helpful as we look at means of closing gaps, improving student achievement, is it might be a good opportunity to take a step back and review the new curriculum that has been implemented, which I'm sure you've been filled in, but we started back under the previous superintendent. implementing curriculum that was more aligned to the state standards.
Yep.
And, we want to see, is it working? I mean, we've invested money. I'm thinking about, we have STAR, we have the ARC reading. We have a number of new curriculums we've implemented. And I think it's a piece of the puzzle to make sure that what we bought is actually doing what we thought it was going to do. And I'd appreciate your thoughts on that. We can wait till the RICAS.
So I can tell you, Mary, those are some conversations that we are having as an administrative team to try to align the standards with our newly purchased curriculum materials. We know quite clearly in digging deep into the data that we have some needs in the area of writing and writing instruction specifically. So our plan is to work with the teachers and the administrators at the building level to talk about how we want to fill those gaps around writing instruction. But there are other gaps, and we're beginning to look at that RICAS data on a deeper level so we can see exactly where those holes are in our curriculum materials. I know that the teachers have, even previous to our state assessment scores, just in using the materials and going through the professional development, have had conversations around some gaps and holes that they have noticed and made some decisions around trying to fill those gaps and holes.
Great,
So
great.
that work is being done and will continue to be done.
Beautiful. Thank you.
Anything else?
Jen, yeah, I don't know
Anything
if Jen
else?
wants to respond.
I just want to say welcome.
Yeah.
Thank you. I'm very excited to be here. I thought you brought up, some valid points. Those are conversations I've been having with Mike and Dana to kind of dig in and see where those gaps are and how we can close them. So that's just a process that's already in the works, and we're moving forward.
Thank you. Glad
Thank
to
you.
have you here.
Thank you.
Yep.
Okay, the next agenda item is the superintendent's report.
So my report is, and I want to thank the principals because this really was a combined effort to put this PowerPoint together for school committee members. It is not a deep dive into the data. It is more a general look at the state assessment data. And there's a lot of it here.
Lori, excuse me.
Yep.
Can we please put the PowerPoint up on the screen? Can you please send it to
Patty,
me?
can you send it to him?
And I want to stop until he gets it. Do you want to go over the employee update while he's doing that?
Sure. You have the employee updates in your packets. The resignations, appointments, and new hires. I would only highlight for you, I've already introduced Jen Goff as the new administrator. I would like to highlight that we're fortunate enough to have hired 2 bus monitors, which we are always looking for, and 2 paraprofessionals, 2 at North Situate and 1 at Clayville. We still currently have a couple of paraprofessional openings. The nurse athletic clerk at the high school. We're looking for a long-term sub at grade 1 at North Situate. So we still have some openings, but we continue to look and try to fill those positions. You will see a number of appointments for before and after school enrichment programs. Those are all connected to the ESSER money and closing those gaps. The buildings have drilled down to the specific student level for students that need some gap closure. And those are the staff that we're going to staff those programs with. Okay to go forward? It's up now. I would like to notify the committee that the ride accountability workshop is scheduled for December 14th, and all of the principals and I will be at RIDE. That's when we'll get our school rankings, and we'll begin to dig into that data. So that's coming quickly. You can keep going, Mike. The first set of data that you have in your packet is the Clayville data, and as you already know, that looks pretty good. RICAS ELA for this year is at 65.6% meeting proficiency. That's number 6 in the state, and math is at 68.6, again number 6 in the state. You have the community comparisons there. If you look at grade 3.
I have a quick question for you, Lori.
Yep.
In those comparisons, I know that we had agreed that our comparison schools would be like Narragansett, obviously Exeter West Greenwich in the high school level, North Smithfield. I'm just curious, going forward, it'd be great if those were continue to be our comp schools.
You want Narragansett and Exeter West Greenwich?
Correct. And then we also, even though Pontiac demographically doesn't match us, but they are right next to us.
Next
So we
door.
usually add that. But
Sure.
you have North Smithfield up there, which is great. And you got Foster Gloucester, which is,
Did you use a combination of scores? So I'm noticing you have the element, obviously Foster and separate districts. So I'm wondering what you use for, obviously the high school level, we're comparing apples to apples with high schools, but I wasn't sure at the elementary levels.
Yeah, they, 3 through 5 for the Foster Gloucester.
So 3, but they're separate districts.
Right. Did you pull just Foster or combine Foster and Gloucester? That's what I thought. You'll see one of the elementary schools, it says NA because they didn't have enough kids.
Gotcha.
So there was they weren't able to run scores. We pulled this data. You can get this very same data right off the RIDE website. Yeah, we pull it right off of there. Yes.
As we go through the slides, through your whole presentation,
Yes.
I noticed North Smithfield tends to be a strong performer.
Yeah, I noticed that too.
Yeah, I'm curious if there's been an outreach to just see what they might be doing.
Not yet, but I've spent a lot of time on their website. I've looked at their curriculum maps. They have some great documents that clearly outline. My intent is to contact their curriculum director and talk about what they are using for curriculum materials. So
Well, I'm sure they'll be
Right.
calling us for,
Yes.
Clayville Science,
Yeah,
but yeah,
yeah, they will.
we'll get a lot of calls on that.
I'm sure we will. But if you look at those scores, they have managed to hold their own and make some increases. So I'm very curious about what they're doing and how they're doing it. Right, that's true, but they're right there. So it's interesting to me. If you look at Clayville's grade 3 scores, I will highlight, we lost a little bit of ground in that grade 3 in ELA, but we went up quite a bit in grade 3 math. And that is a trend. We seem to do better. Our scores are better in math than they are in ELA.
Can
That's
we have
rather
the
unusual.
principals come up and ask so we can ask
Sure.
them questions?
Sure,
Caitlin?
they're here.
North Situate, North Smithfield. I mean,
We're in Clayville.
oh, we're in
what do you want?
Clayville. I'm already on North Smith.
Well, you got to
Come on over. Clayville, good job.
We're still in,
No, just one at a time.
we're still in Clayville.
Okay, I'm sorry. I'm sorry about that. I'm already on North Situate. Go ahead. Keep going, Lori.
You want me to keep going? You
Yeah,
ready?
just in case we have any questions.
Okay.
Thank you.
Clayville, grade 4 ELA, again, we had a drop in grade 4, but a big jump in ELA, but a big jump in math.
Lori, I know we had casually talked about this before, so I'm thinking the previous slide, grade 3 math, 78.3%. That's a phenomenal score.
Grade 3 math,
Those kids, would they have had 3 years of the new math curriculum?
so the new math curriculum came in 1920.
None of us right here.
Yeah. 19, oh, 29,
Okay.
2019, 2020. Is everybody hot and tired or what? I mean, goodness. That is funny, but no, it's according to my chart. I brought the chart.
The academic year 19, 20,
20.
20. Okay.
Okay,
So, all right,
but don't forget that in March of 2020,
COVID.
we sent everybody home.
Mhm.
And then the next year, we had COVID.
And they didn't
So,
test.
and then last year, we tested. So you really have a year and a half of interrupted educational experience.
But we're not
for
even
those kids.
in many places, unfortunately, a lot of them. We're not even at pre-COVID levels.
There are some
don't
areas that,
understand
that we are not. That is
A lot of
true.
areas, but let's keep moving.
Grade 5, ELA and math in Clayville. Again, we went, that grade 5, you saw a big jump in ELA and a big jump in math. And then, of course, your grade 5 science at Clayville at 73.9%, which is number 1.
So Lori, I can only imagine there are many, many variables that cause jumps and dips. How do you go about defining those?
You really don't want to look at the year-to-year jumps and dips because you're looking for the overall trend and the trend line. You want a constant, steady upward trend line in your data because you're going to have, and you want to track the cohorts and make sure kids are making appropriate growth from year to year.
So I'm really disappointed in the North Situate grade 5 scores. And I was going to ask Caitlin why. What happened? I mean, well, she's got
Yeah,
North
but-
Situate on the top now.
Well, Mike, you need to get me back to Clayville because
Well, I'm confused. You got North Situate over there.
look, I'm going by the paper
Hell with
copy.
Okay, sorry, Mike, stay with the
Come on, Mike,
program.
stay with me. Yep,
You're going to Clayville.
you're going to Clayville.
Yeah, so we were on grade 5, I think we were,
Well, the
Grade-
problem
I
is it
just
says
did grade
Clayville on the
5.
bottom and North Situate at the top. Is that what it says?
Nope, go back. Go back. Oh, no, go forward.
Okay, let me know when we get to,
Right there. Right there. That's where I want you to be.
okay.
Those are your science scores, grade 5,
Okay.
73.9%. The next slide is how are we sharing and plans for support? So they have already begun to dig down into the data and to offer intervention for kids that,
I've been hearing that for 5 years,
well,
but
I
it's not
can't-
working. I don't understand it. Oh, we're working at the data. We're looking at the data. We're looking at the data. Oh, we're really drilling in on the data. Okay, well, what are you doing with it? It's still, it's not showing other than Clayville.
well,
I'm
It's-
trying not to get
it
upset
takes time,
tonight,
Carolyn.
but I'm not
It,
happy
it
with these
takes
scores.
time for the implementation of the
Mhm.
curriculum
Mhm.
and for you to
And
see.
we had COVID and we.
No,
And
but
we did that
that's why
before.
I asked my question.
talking
Trying to
pre-COVID
gauge
scores
if
here.
those students that had the phenomenal math score, if that is a reflection of the new curriculum implementation. That's what, like, I'm trying to make that connect.
So we can't make a direct link to that yet, Mary, because we have that year and
Right.
half of interruption.
Right.
Those kids, even with the new curriculum, they did not get the instruction in the way the curriculum was designed
Mhm.
to be
But something
metered.
clicked. Something
Something
clicked.
did, and that's what we're trying to figure out. What was it
Mhm.
that actually worked for those kids? And we'll have to look at that cohort across the years,
Mhm.
right? Next slide. North Situate. We're at North Situate now, Carol. This is
Okay.
where you wanted to be.
Thank you.
ELA, RICAS scores for ELA, took a little bit of a dip. But again, the math scores went up to 46.7. But you'll see even North Smithfield, which had really good scores across the board, they dipped in ELA also.
Yeah, I don't even consider that a dip. It's like a.
Well, it's a
3-year
little bit,
It's like a 3-year.
but it's unusual for them because they didn't in other places. So it's kind of an
But when
oddity.
you look at the grade levels, that's where you're starting to see.
So let's
where-
look at grade 3.
Exactly.
Yep, grade 3.
So-
North Situate, 60.6%.
Yep, they exceeded everyone around them.
Yep, they did, and
Same thing with math.
58.8% for math.
Good job, Kate.
And that math bumped up a little bit. That's what you want to see. Continuing to climb on those scores. Grade 4, 47.1% for ELA. But
it looks-
ELA and grade 4, everybody dropped across the board.
Is it writing?
know.
We
Was it the writing
For
scores?
us, it's writing.
I think it's writing across.
The writing
state.
scores are,
Yeah, it's writing.
are awful. Yeah. Yep.
Yes.
Okay, we got the principal here. We got it.
It's, yes,
Okay.
the writing scores we looked over.
Yeah, I
them
heard
too.
that it was writing across the state that
Yep.
was really, really done poorly. If you factored that out and you just looked at the language arts scores, is the writing, I guess my point is the writing dragging the ELA scores all the way down?
Yes, last year we looked to see, and there were, like a lot of kids, like 80% of the kids who received 0 out of the 4 points for writing from last year for
Mhm.
RICAS. Lori, can we go ahead to the 5th grade? Because we
Yes,
looked at
because
them.
that was where I had
Right.
the biggest
Yep,
concern.
and we looked at them today. Again, writing was the big concern for those students. We kind of looked back last year and the year before for some of the, like, we tried to follow that cohort of kids. And they did perform on that low end.
Well, I guess they didn't have writing in 17 and 18.
Right. But the thing I struggle with is for the ELA scores too, when you look at our school pace data, which is our reading, which is tied to all of the standards. When we left the end of last year, 89% of students at North Situate were reading on level and applying those standards. So when I see 30.8% for a grade level,
You were
It-
completely
it-
surprised.
correct, it doesn't match up to me. We have a American Reading Company, we use school pace. Those are the standards. Students are given points. And that's continuous all year long. We're checking and
And so we have asked American Reading Company to give us a report on all of the districts that are using their curriculum materials and how they did on the state assessments.
good.
But I don't think it's just that one curriculum.
Well, I
From what
don't-
I understand, I
know.
think you
Well,
need to ask
everybody
the
for
question
writing.
differently. You need to find out across the state, is the RICAS test items, you know what I mean?
Are they what?
Are they aligned to the standards? I mean, you're teaching curriculum this way, and where is the assessment coming? I don't understand where the disconnect is.
Well, it's aligned. RICAS is supposed to be aligned to the MCAS, which is aligned to the Common Core State Standards. So I think if you ask anybody at RIDE if it's aligned, their response to you is going to be that it is.
Well, then they should be asking why the writing scores are so bad.
Yeah.
Because it's not just.
It's across the
Situate.
board, right? It's across the board.
But with that said, when you look at the trajectory over the years, Caitlin, we
Mhm.
were doing better pre-COVID. you know?
Correct.
I don't understand that, you know.
Unfortunately, COVID
impact students
Yeah.
severely, especially social emotional as well. So
For
trying to
our school
delve that.
to be below the state average, North Situate Elementary School, that's mind blowing to me.
We sat down and looked at the data today. We had released items too of all the students and could go through and see for math as well, because
Yeah.
that math score is not, our best either. So
And
Um,
at some point, I'd like to see the correlation. I'm confused. I mean, I know that you've got the sheet in front of you as far as when the implementation of the curriculum started, and I get it. The teachers weren't going to start from day one. We got the curriculum, we're ready to go. No, it took time. It's going to take time. They're still finding some gaps in where they have to supplement it. But at some point, it would nice to see, well, it's been implemented in grade 3 for 3 years. How is that impacting our outcomes?
right. But when you look at the correlation of how fifth graders did in Eureka Math last year and compare it to that, it doesn't match up, doesn't align with how they're performing. So again, RICAS is a snapshot of what a student can do on one given day, 2
Well,
hours.
I've asked the
So-
superintendent to meet with each of the
Yep,
principals
yep.
to go in and look, not just look at RICAS. I want to understand
Mhm.
what's happening
Yeah.
across all of the,
And we have that data to show that, students are meeting grade level expectations. So
okay, thank you.
you're welcome. You Want me to stay or no?
I don't have any
Grade 5,
questions.
science. Again, we, 43.6%, we lost some ground there. The only, community that we did comparative data that, improved was North Smithfield. We have some, ideas around, science, and we're going to talk about that and, some changes that we might be able to make in curriculum and instruction materials. So.
And
We'll be
I
working
know
on
I'm
that.
going to answer this question myself, but is it just purely demographics that's making Clayville perform through the roof? What are they doing there?
Well,
Like, what are the teachers just like so golden that they just do everything right?
I think it's hard to compare schools when there's one of every grade level. We have about 80 more students. And then I think you need to look at support staff as well. What does Clayville have comparatively to the other
So
two
I know we're
schools based
looking at
on?
North Smithfield,
numbers.
but are we looking at what we're doing in Clayville as well?
Yes, we are.
Okay, thank you, Caitlin.
Again, how the data has been shared. Next, Mike. How the data has been shared, and the plans for support. And you can see that the after-school programming for math and ELA is already in the works.
Well, how long have we been using the Choose Love? Is it 3 years?
2 years, right?
Do you find it helpful? Can you see a change? Do you think it's a good?
Go ahead.
Sure.
Yep,
Sorry.
it's okay.
Yes, I think the teachers do find it helpful at that tier 1 level. We recently gave the Sabres SEL screen to all of our students, and I'm going to have that data to Lori by the end of the week, which does identify a great need of students who flagged as at risk in 2 or more areas, and they're not currently being serviced at all in the school. So we have the breakdown for each elementary school and a plan we have moving forward. We've been working with our social worker and school psychologists to come up with what are those interventions going to look like at tier 2 and at tier 3. We've identified classrooms at each building that needs an intervention, and also small groups within those classrooms. So more to come on that, but we had budget and RICAS, so that kind of got pushed off a little bit. But I think Choose Love is working. It's, we're creating that community of that and that respect. But this is only year 2 for us. So kind of we're a year and a half in so far. So
Does a program have a community component or parent component that maybe you don't implement, but maybe something like the Situate Prevention Partnership could implement?
possibly they do give us a monthly calendar, which we send home, and it's also in the newsletter for parents to do certain things at home. Each month usually has a topic or kind of like a focus for the month. So that is something, but I can definitely look into that a little bit more.
And I can look into it as well as a member of the Prevention Partnership. Maybe that's a way, if it's appropriate, for them to help augment what you do.
Mhm.
at their side too, and, approach it from
Yep.
the community side. I was just curious. Thank you.
So the next one is Hope.
Go ahead, Mike. So, Hope, ELA and math, at a glance. ELA is 36.6% and math is 33.3.
And I know the principal's been there about 30 minutes.
Yes, she is.
I'm loving
every one of those 30 minutes though.
That's a good thing, because we need you to love what you do, because you got your work cut out for you. I was stunned at these numbers. I felt so badly when I saw them, and I mean, we're at state level. That's so for a suburban district of our size and our size of our schools, it's unheard of. But you can also, when you get to the grade levels, I don't know if there's something that you can talk to about what you're initially seeing and where you think we could do better and what problems you see that we can try to, even if it's the long term, to rectify.
Definitely. So I will say we are very fortunate with the staff we have coming in every day. They show up with smiles and they give these kiddos 180% and the kids feel it. So we are, though our scores don't always reflect what these staff are doing, they're amazing, wonderful, hardworking people. And I just want to start off by acknowledging that. I will say that I don't think any teacher here would say that they are pleased or excited about our scores. So it definitely gives us room for growth. We've had discussions and conversations about our 6-week interventions and making sure that we are providing the right interventions for the kiddos and meeting them where they currently are so that they can access the curriculum. We've had conversations about grade levels, also spending that CPT time together. So like the grade span, so like grade 2 and grade 3 are working together to really try and find the gaps in instruction between the grades. We are working on initiatives to increase attendance at the schools and to make parents more active partners in their children's education. And I really hope that all those pieces coming together will help to bolster and strengthen the hard work that our school is putting in.
There are some bright spots though in
I know.
Hope's data. I mean,
And some of the grade levels.
yeah, they're third
And some
grade.
of the grade levels
If-
completely tanked.
Yeah, and so if you think about that, go to the next slide, Mike. And the grade 3 data, 58.1% of the
Mhm.
kids in ELA, that was higher than North
I
Smithfield's
know.
55.7. So there are some bright spots, and for math, 54.8%. But then if you look at grade 4, we're at 21.2% for ELA and 27.3% for math.
But what I don't understand, Lori, is that pre-COVID,
Those were second graders when COVID hit. Those were second graders, and first grade, they're just beginning to learn to read.
so the fourth grade class in 17-18 in ELA got
a different cohort of-
48.4.
Yeah, but it's a different
So
cohort. of
second year,
kids.
they got 58. Let's wipe out 2021, and then they're down to 21%.
But every year you're talking about a different group of kids. These kids, these fourth graders were second graders when COVID hit. They were second graders. Those are the prime years when kids are learning to read and embed that reading instruction. That's all I'm saying. That's where they were.
You're talking about, are you looking at the third grade?
I'm looking at fourth grade.
Okay, then tell me what happened in fifth.
They were third graders.
They were
30
third graders?
31% in ELA and math. I don't know what happened there. We clearly have to take a deep
I
look
really
at
wish
that.
you put the other communities here
Go
because.
to the next slide. They're there. I added them.
Okay.
She did. I have them.
Because
written.
everybody's struggling, recovering from COVID. It's all, it's,
Right.
it's
When-
comparable
Go one more.
data. That's what I'm looking for.
Burrillville's at 14% in grade 5 for math.
Farrellville's not, this is not our demographics. We should be looking at Narragansett, Exeter, West Greenwich, North Smithfield, and Foster Gloucester. Those are the four we've always looked at consistently.
Okay.
So you have these interventions that you feel as though are really going to really make a difference. And what's different about these interventions than the interventions that they've had in the past to try to close the gaps in Hope Elementary School?
We have two, by the grade level, two new intervention programs. There's a rewards program and a Voyagers program that the interventionists are implementing. They're all like research-based interventions. So we're really hoping they're just getting implemented this year, but it was based off of looking at the data, looking at the gaps and really researching programs to see what best fits the needs of our students to help close those gaps.
Okay.
And a new math intervention
Okay.
from my math interventionist.
Thank you.
Yeah,
Thank you.
are those programs, those that you just mentioned, Voyagers and I forget, are they
Rewards.
computer based?
I'm going to let them answer more just because I'm not myself personally working with them and I wasn't here when they were originally researched and
Right.
purchased.
The math program is not computer based.
Good. My humble opinion. At that level.
Is there,
What's a reasonable amount of time before we start seeing results? 3 years, 2 years from these interventionists? Like what's a reasonable amount of time?
Barring another pandemic.
And attendance, we're still struggling in our schools between like, on any day, I have a huge percentage of students that are absent. So I think that also plays a huge role into it. If you walk into any classroom, 3 to 5 kids are out every single day.
Are they out? They're out sick, you said?
Yeah. Yeah,
that's hard.
it's
Hard to
really
make
high right now.
progress with that kind of absenteeism.
The attendance is a struggle. We just ran our reports for first trimester and the numbers are even higher than I thought they were going to be.
Rebecca, is there anything you could do? Because this school is obviously concerning, and is there anything you can do to give us more regular updates than just having you come see us once a year? Is it something like you can do quarterly or 3 times a year?
Absolutely.
And let us know how those interventions are working out, how that math interventionist ideas are going.
Sure, absolutely. It obviously won't be data like RICAS, but I can certainly speak to using like our ARC program and Eureka and the different STAR and
Whatever
AIM
you
swim
have,
assessments we use.
just to show that this is, it's not good. It's not good enough for the students we have. We need to do better for them.
Absolutely. Let me know what you need and I'm happy to support.
Okay,
Thank
thank you,
you.
Rebecca, and good luck to you. Keep loving it. I know
So
there are days that you're not.
before we get to the upper levels, I waited for the 3 schools to present to bring this up. So when Caitlin was up, you had asked a question and it's still ringing through my head. And you know, what are the other schools not doing that Clayville's doing? Caitlin said it's very difficult. I get Clayville's a very small school. But as I step back from all of that, and I think it's important to compare us within the state, within like communities. But I think most importantly, it's about comparing ourselves to ourselves. Exactly. So, and I believe that, and I believe that, and it's not necessarily saying that, and I love Clayville, don't get me wrong, but it's not saying, oh my God, you guys are great, the rest of you aren't great. It's about saying what supports, like we need to be the equalizers. There has to be equity. And I'm
And
not seeing that.
access.
And I get Hope is in a different sociodemographic, like, but we're Situate, right?
Right.
So I live in North Situate. My kid went to school in Clayville. There's houses in Hope that are 20 times the size of mine, but it doesn't make a difference. If we're sending our kids to school in Situate, I'm not pointing it back out there. I'm kind of pointing it here.
Pointing fingers, we're frustrated. We just don't
So
know what to do.
what do we need to be doing? And I get, you know, and yes, there's been a pandemic. We can't get around that. Would it be great to, but again, looking at state averages, looking at this, nobody's back to pre-pandemic all the way through. And I
They're
can't,
doing better than us though.
but again, I'm more concerned about bringing it inward and saying, what can we be doing? I don't think that if I live in Hope, or, my kid should have a better education than because I bought a house in Clayville. Nor should there be different staffing ratios to should there be this. There should be equity amongst the school. Agreed. I agree with that. And we have tried to ensure that there is equity amongst the building so that there isn't one thing available at one school that is not available at another school. So we
don't
will
know
look
why-
at all of it again. But we do look at that to ensure that all the schools
'Cause,
have equal
Again, we're gonna
access.
get to our other presenters. They all meet. We're all one.
Yeah, they're all gonna be at the same middle school and they're all gonna be at the same high school.
Well, let's go look at the middle
Yeah.
school and see how
All
how they
right.
got there.
Grade 6, go ahead, Mike.
Can you
Grade
make that
6.
the whole slide, just the charts? Is that possible? Because that's really weird. Okay, then
I
make
don't-
it bigger. Can't see the numbers. They're only on a half a chart, a slide. I don't know why that one's not put on as a header.
Grade 6, ELA is 38.8%. That is up just about 4.5%, 4.6. And RICAS math grade 6 had a huge jump to 57%, which is a 46.7% increase. I do know that last year, the principal and the teachers did yeoman's work in trying to get kids motivated to take the tests, do their very best, earn rewards. I know they worked very hard to try to get kids kind of plugged in and engaged.
It's almost like you
this
have to
assessment.
knock out 2021 because they didn't even present. I mean, like, 10%. I mean,
For math.
Yeah.
grade
But again,
six.
I don't care what anybody says, like 57%, would we love more? Yes, but when we're starting at 17, 18.
Yeah.
With 23.9%, this is
That's good news.
yes, it is.
It's really good news.
the math knocked, the sixth grade knocked it out of the park. And what happened was, when you look at the grade levels, it pulled up the whole middle school.
Well, if you look at grade 7, even if you compare 17, 18 in ELA, 23.9% up to 46% for this year. So it's a modest
Yeah.
It's a modest
good.
jump from last year,
Thank
but
you.
it's a big jump from 17, 18.
Yeah.
The big jump. And math, grade 7, there's something going on there. So we went from, if you look at the same years, 17, 18 at 39%. We're now at 22%. So
When you look across though, and you look at where the other districts are,
Yeah.
especially North Smithfield at 56.
yeah, that's why
We've
we
gotta
want to
figure
really
that-
spend some time with North Smithfield and
Well,
see
it's not just
what
them.
is going on over
Yeah.
there.
Just go to Smithfield. Smithfield's at 36%. I
we-
mean, we're way
Well,
down.
Yeah, but the difference between 36 and 56 is like, that's 20%. So what is going on in North Smithfield?
Yeah, but if you look at that,
Interesting.
it might be a cohort. I don't know.
Well, they're consistently doing pretty well. It didn't look like a cohort.
Yeah, no, you're.
You know what I
right.
mean?
But we
I
went
just
from-
want
we
to
went
go over
from
there and probe
pre-COVID
and
numbers
figure
in
out what's going on.
mathematics In the 7th grade of 40%, and we're down to 22. And we're at the state average.
But then look at grade 8. You're at 41.7 for ELA
And our math scores are increasing in the 8th grade.
and 8th grade math scores go up to 29.8 from 13. So you got a great jump there of 16%.
So
so-
Dana, what do you think about, what can we do to help shore up the grade 7? And is some of this related to curriculum? Have the kids hit grade 6 and 7 from the elementary school? Because when we first started, and I thought this was a good thing that even our educators thought was a good idea, is that instead of every teacher teaching a different thing, that way, when they got up to the middle school teachers were getting kids from all of these different elementary schools in all different places because they were being taught in all different ways. Are you getting those kids now that have the same curriculum across all the elementary schools yet?
So you're asking if the fifth graders coming in have had all the same curriculum?
Yes.
Yes, they have.
So this, was that the first year? That's what I wanted to, and I think I've asked for this a few times. I really want to understand the correlation between we've spent hundreds and
Right.
hundreds.
Well, I've only
and
been here
hundreds of
2
thousands
months.
of
I mean-
dollars. Let me just finish this. In curriculum, professional development, instructional materials. I'm trying to see the correlation between our investment and these scores. And Mary, help me if I'm wrong. Am I asking the right question?
I've been asking that question.
Thank you, Mary.
For a long time.
I'm going to
But
miss you.
Lori did mention because of the impact of COVID, it really did put the brakes on.
As it did in other districts.
Well, you started with new curriculum materials in 1920, which is 3 years ago. Out of that 3-year span, you lost a full year due to COVID, right? You shut down in March, completely shut the schools down. So you lost, a number of months there. I'm just saying that had an impact.
Yeah, you didn't have
Of course
the
it had it, and
curriculum
I'm
with
not trying to
fidelity.
minimize the COVID impact.
Right.
I'm just trying to understand, okay, we had all the kids now are all now learning the same things in every single classroom,
Correct.
in every grade,
Right.
okay? Then COVID hit, okay, we lost ground. Where are we now? Are the kids?
Well, we've
They-
got to fill the gaps.
No, I know literally we got to fill the gaps. I
Okay.
want to know where we are with the curriculum, where the kids are presenting to our middle school. Because the whole purpose of doing this was to help the middle school.
Right.
And I want to see if it's working.
I think you're seeing some places where it is beginning to have a positive impact.
Okay.
It is going to take some more time, though. It's going to take some more time.
you say
It's not
we're-
like a light switch where.
No, I know
you
it's
know,
like
you-
turning an aircraft carrier. I get that. I'm
Right.
not naive.
Would you
I
say
know.
we're in like year 2 then? Between implementation, COVID,
I don't know. That's my question.
are we in year 2 of full implementation? If you don't know.
Probably,
Yeah, no, I mean, that's a good way to look at
probably,
it.
I think
haven't
that's
thought of it,
close,
yeah.
that's closer to the real, if the calendar, year. I think it's closer to say we're in year 2.
All right, well, what are your thoughts about remediation and helping the kids and ESSER 3 funds? Because I feel like, and I've had this conversation with Lori, we've talked about these wraparound services, the end of year supports. We've got like a handful of kids. I don't see them being that effective. And I don't know whether or not some of these new programs that were discussed tonight is going to change that.
So I've asked the principals to pull the data for the kids that were involved in the
Okay.
gap closure programs and then pull their RICAS state assessment scores to see if those programs actually had an impact on improving those particular kids' student achievement. When we look at that data, I will report back. to
That
the
would be
committee.
really helpful
Would-
because and
That's the
correct me if
level
I'm
of
wrong.
drill down that we
And
are doing.
if I remember Tony and Napolitano saying, and I think even Mike, they were actually going to parent homes and calling them and saying, you really do need to bring your child in here. They're that far behind,
Mhm.
but they still didn't present.
Mm.
So I don't know how we can think out of the box and come up
We-
with other ways. I don't know.
Dana and Mike, and Jennifer and I had a conversation just the other day about rethinking what our summer, school looks like at the middle and high school and redesigning those programs so that we can get, increased student participation.
Okay.
So we're beginning to have those conversations around what does it need to look like?
Dana, are you having the same attendance problems as they're having in Hope for students being out sick?
Yeah, I mean, we do, yes, we do. It's the same group of kids, so I'm gonna walk it back to social and emotional. So we have created stronger partnerships with our student assistance program and Situate Preventive Partnership. We're trying to make connections with those kids. We're working on connection surveys to go out because we're finding that kids have a lack of connectedness. And those are the kids that don't come to school late, leave early, transfer out to another high school. Those are those kinds of kids. So we're walking it back to our social emotional. So we're having weekly meetings. Jen and I are meeting with our middle school SEL team. And so that's one piece is the attendance. The other piece is engagement. And so we are working on building connections with those kids and getting them engaged, bringing families in. And we have sent out invitations to 71 kids to join our academic proficiency center starting in January. So while we've targeted kids we've triangulated data using our STAR interim assessments, our RICAS assessments, any one of those kids that are within 5 points of being meeting standards. So that's where we've really focused our attention. And even kids that just squeaked by, we're focusing our attention on those kids. It's difficult after school, sitting at this side of the desk now, I see that I am competing with sports and department night and clubs and extracurricular activities.
And that's why I'm worried about these tag on at the end of the day or trying to get them there even on
Right.
time.
Well, that's where the evidence shows that if you have to add it to outside their school day, because you're going to take away from their core.
That's where I'm going. I don't
Yeah.
think we need to come up with something more creative. Don't leave because the most disappointing scores also are the science scores. I don't know if you want to go to.
Go ahead,
Sure, I'll
Mike.
say.
And so science is at 31%. It's a 12% drop from last year. It's about even with pre-COVID.
Yeah, but it's also even with the state average, which has got all the urban districts included in that.
Mhm.
There's more urban kids than anything. That just drags that state average down. And for us to be at that is crazy. We should have the suburban average, not the state average on those slides, because that's a more accurate reflection of where our benchmark should be, is what suburban average is, not the statewide average, because it just plummets because of the urban districts. And we're there. That's how disappointing that score is. So talk to me about the science curriculum. Did the science curriculum start yet in the 8th grade?
Amplify
Yeah.
was started in 2021. Yes,
Okay, so we're not really seeing the benefits of the
Not
new
yet.
curriculum yet.
not yet,
Okay,
not yet. Not at the middle school, no.
all right. Thank you so much.
Something in my. Next. And you can see that the middle school is working on exploring that evidence-based writing. We know that we need to do some work around writing instruction and the implementing an academic proficiency center, both after school and summer programming that will support kids to close those achievement gaps. And they have communicated this information to faculty and to families. And now onto the high school, and Michael sits in anticipation. PSAT grade 10, 72.1% for ELA and 39.5% for math. We lost about 5% in our math scores and about 5% in our ELA scores for PSAT grade 10. SAT grade 11, 61.5% of our kids met expectation. Again, we lost 4% there from previous years. And grade 11 math at 35.4%. We went up a little bit, almost 4.5%
Still
there.
exceeding Pontiac in those scores.
That's true.
Yeah,
What did you say? Carol?
We're
still
still,
exceeding Pontiac on those scores. Not by much, but we are.
right. Grade 11 science scores, 31.3%. Again, we lost about 4.5% there. And I know that Mike and I had a long conversation about all the work that he did with the science department, and he was kind of surprised by these scores
Mike,
when
what
they
what
come in.
kind of work was done and what surprised you the most about the scores?
Yeah, so when I saw the 4%, 4.5% dip, I was completely deflated because the science department and our previous assistant principal and I worked tirelessly last year to focus specifically on NGSA and how can we improve it. So we were the only high school in the state that opted to participate in interim assessments. We practiced, we had practice tests, we had monthly department meetings. Carlo Catucci worked really hard with meeting with us once a week, looking at test item analysis, looking at prompts. And then we had a whole school assembly. We rah-rahed the kids. We said, you know, this is, we were a 4-star school. We were one of 10 schools who received 4 stars. Next year, this is going to be part of accountability. Like you're a Spartan, let's do it. And then we saw the dip. So the science department created a survey, I think might have actually been linked in here, and it was
The next slide.
okay. It was pretty telling
Yep.
that the kids don't care. So, and I mean that from a point of the 11th graders are taking this test, and from a high school 11th grade perspective, they see no purpose in this test. To the point where the day of the test, I was getting calls from the science proctors saying students are completing this in seconds. And I ran up there and I went to every single science classroom. I pulled kids out. We had conversations with them. So there's 2 prongs that we're going to attack this year. Number 1 is looking at some of the incentive data. You know, what did you care about this test? Overwhelmingly, our students said no. And unfortunately. And secondly, you know, what are some incentives that we're going to put in place? So we're having those conversations in December. In January, we're going to start rolling out some incentives to the students. The second prong to this is really looking at that item analysis. So once the state releases it, we need to start looking at what are we missing curriculum wise? What are we missing instruction wise? Are there major spikes in certain concepts within the next generation science standards that we're just not hitting as a school? So I feel if we put 2 of those together, we're going to see definitely an increase next year in the scores.
Okay.
Can I speak to the SATs and PSATs real quick?
Yeah.
So this is year 5 of implementation of Agile Mind at the high school. The 11th graders were in 8th grade in COVID 2020 when we shut down and there was no live instruction for 4 months. That was a critical year, especially for kids who were in Algebra 1 in 8th grade. We also just rolled up Algebra 2 last year. So those sophomores were not exposed to the nationally vetted curriculum using Agile Mind. So we're pretty confident that we're going to see some gains. We saw that 4%. That was the first time that we've seen an increase in our math scores in a while. And, you know, that's no dig to our math teachers because they are hardworking. But I think that seeing the elimination of the lower level courses, we realized that back in 18, 19, and even 2021, most of our students were not exposed to Algebra 2. The new graduation requirements are coming out, and we're going to be updating our proficiency-based graduation requirements here, and Algebra 2 will be required by all students.
What are your thoughts on the new graduation requirements? And I know that it's been kicked up kicked out a year, but how is that going to impede your progress in trying to get your school where you want it to be? Does closing your gaps and implementing these new standards, and do you see that it's going to be something that's going to just make it more difficult for you, or are they just totally unrelated? Is
We're-
it just teaching and learning in the class that is one, and then just?
I'm glad that the board and RIDE has determined and listened to some of the feedback of the implementation is just too soon. They were proposing that it was next year's freshmen, and now it'll be the class of 2028. So the current 7th graders. We're going to be forming a scheduling committee because I think the schedule is going to be a big piece of this. We just had our accreditation team come in for year 2, the collaborative conference visit. We had a lot of accolades from that visit of things that Situate's doing well. But one of the pieces that we absolutely need is that MTSS intervention piece at the high school. It's not there. So we need to be looking at the social emotional piece and then also the academic piece. Scheduling is going to be important because basically what the new requirements are doing is it's adding computer science, financial literacy, civics, and a whole bunch of other stuff in there as well. So we're going to have to really think creatively of how are these students all going to fit this in. We also need to think what supports are going to be put in place to ensure that all of our students can be proficient in Algebra 2. Most of our students take Algebra 2 right now, but not all of them. So we're going to have some thoughtful conversations about how to support all kids.
It's not easy, is it?
No.
With that said, I really want to thank each and every one of you. I know how hard this work is, and even for our teachers, and it is frustrating, and it is demoralizing, and it's sad in some ways, but we have to keep fighting the good fight. And at some point, if you just keep working at it, we'll start seeing some movement in the right directions that are really noteworthy. Like
It will happen.
we'll have all Clayville schools. So
It will happen. Can you go to the last slide, Mike? So, Mike and I have had a number of conversations about, SAT prep, programs
Yeah, I
and
saw
credit
that.
recovery academies. He has already begun to implement the new, ELA curriculum, in Springboard. I know that the ELA, department, the English department, worked really hard, on taking a look at those curriculum materials. And I thank them for that work. So, Algebra 2 ramp up programs. So we're having a number of conversations about, intervention for, high school kids so that we can, support them, to be a little more successful on the SAT and PSATs. That'd be great.
does anybody else have any questions regarding the superintendent's report? Did I ask all the questions, or 99.9% of them? Okay. The next agenda item is the Director of Administration and Finance report.
I want to give an update on the audit first. At this time, the town and school have given all of our documentation and its completion to the auditors, and we are reconciled and balanced, and the single audit has been completed. We're now waiting for the draft audit, which is the next step from the auditor. They hope to give that to us by the end of this week for our review. We're still on target to complete the audit by December 31st.
And I think you should mention that we are going to end our fiscal year with a slight surplus. So we've eliminated our $1.2 million deficit. So, good job, Stephanie.
Good job, Steph.
I also want to mention that the principals have been working incredibly hard on their recommendations and for their 15-month budget, and they will be presenting that in their budget workshop next week. And I will be obviously using any recommendations and data that they provide when I take a look at how we'll be building the 15-month budget. But I just wanted to recognize them. They're taking on a whole new task.
And you as
this
well.
year. Yeah. And they're really doing an incredible job. So I thank them for their hard work.
And is Tyler completely, I mean, I know you see you're reaping the benefits of the new reporting out of the new FMIS system. Are there still other things happening with Tyler, or is it pretty much all implemented?
So
I mean, he'll be growing pains at least for another 9 months.
we do have, it's yet to be announced, because Jen is setting up a workflow. But we do have the Amazon purchasing
that's-
set up.
that's
She worked very
huge.
hard on that with Eric from IT. So I saw them working
It's really
incredibly
gonna
hard.
help. It's gonna help everybody in their orders.
Yeah.
They're gonna order for Amazon and it's automatically gonna populate
go
in
right in.
Tyler. That's
So a workflow is coming soon.
same thing with WB, we can do that with WB
Yes,
Mason.
yes,
too.
and there is a call out to the consultant from WB. We're having trouble really nailing someone down to get
It's
that
okay. We'll just keep
process
trying.
working.
We'll get
Um,
there.
And that's it, unless anybody has any questions for me.
Budget to actual.
The budget to actual will be presented next week during the budget workshop.
We're still vetting all the numbers.
Mm-hmm.
The next agenda item is public comment and questions. If anyone has any questions or comments, please come up and state your name and your address.
Maureen Kennedy, 10 North Doctors Lane. Excuse my voice, I'm having a little difficulty here. As you know, we're still in mediation for a new collective bargaining agreement. Teachers have been asking to be heard, but nobody seems to be listening. We feel we've been treated unfairly and disrespectfully. I personally have been called names and felt harassed throughout this process. When teachers came to the June school committee meeting to voice concerns, we were met with school committee members who seemed surprised by what they heard from the teachers that night. Our hopes soared on June 14th when Erica McCormick and Mary Morse came to the library to meet with teachers to find out why there was so much discontent. We shared some, but not all, of the health and safety violations, contract violations, and unfair labor acts that we were experiencing at the time. They truly seemed concerned. We had hoped that things were going to move forward, yet they have not. I'm not here to debate with the school committee. You and I know exactly what has happened this past year. Unfortunately, untruths have been shared with the community and town council in regard to this process. Untruths have been shared about me personally. First and foremost, I would like it to be clear, this is not a disagreement between Maureen Kennedy and the school committee. I know that members of the school committee have asked former administrators if it was difficult to work with me. I'm confident that you found that I have been cooperative with all former administrators. I've been the union president for over a decade and had no issues with any of them. The STA did not even file a grievance for almost 15 years prior to this current administration. Our teachers have always worked collaboratively to create solutions to improve education. We used to be treated as professionals whose expertise was considered an asset. That is no longer the case. I'm here tonight because I want to respond to the inaccuracies that the school committee negotiations team shared with the town council in a letter dated November 8th, 2022. All of my responses to that letter are supported with the written documentation that I have prepared to give to you. I also want to mention that this letter was from the negotiations team, so maybe not all school committee members are aware. Last month, I questioned how the school attorneys paid for negotiations and mediation. In their letter, the school committee told the town council that they had explained Mr. Anderson's contract to me, which they did not. They did state that Mr. Anderson was under contract and that there was no additional cost for mediation. They wrote to the town council, and I quote, "Our attorney works on a fixed monthly rate," end quote. I received a copy of Mr. Anderson's contract, which clearly states on page 9 that the contract for services includes up to 30 hours.
That is
of-
not false.
Excuse me?
Excuse me. You said
You
we
can
were
address
false.
me.
I'm responding to you. That is not false.
Can I please finish my
Yes,
statement?
I
And then
can
you
prove it.
address
He's
anything.
on a month-to-month stipend. There are no charges for anything to do with the SDA negotiations. A, and B, he also is including in that our special education costs. So I don't know, yes, it's in the contract.
It
but
is in
he
the
has opted
contract. I'm
not to
going
take
by-
any payment.
Okay, so what you're saying is that there's been no additional payment for any negotiations or meetings this year?
It is a month-to-month stipend. And if upon request, he can get additional support for additional hours, which he has not requested, and he does not plan to.
So the month-to-month stipend is the $60,000 annually.
It's a deal.
Okay, great deal. It's in his contract. Why wouldn't I think that that was accurate? The next thing was the timeline of negotiations. That's been quite the bone of contention for me because it's not shared accurately. I have copies of the exact timeline for anybody who would like to see. It's very clear that our teachers, who are the school department's greatest asset, were not a priority to this committee. The school committee members also claimed that in August, the STA sent an email stating that we would be available to negotiate after 4 o'clock once school begins. That's not exactly true. Our NARI rep responded to Erica's email that she sent on August 23rd, stating that they were ready to meet. The rep told Erica that since the school committee waited so long, the teachers would no longer be available to meet during the day. After much discord, we had our first meeting on August 30th, 2 days before school started for the teachers. The school committee also told the town council that they had offered to meet twice a week and weekends once school started, and that the STA refused. The truth is, the STA agreed to meet twice per week, but not Saturdays. Our members waited since last April to meet. We had the entire summer to work on the contract. It's unreasonable to assume that full-time teachers have the extra time to do this work while they are teaching. Our team has accepted every single meeting offer, and we currently are working 12 to 14-hour days when we have mediation meetings. We do need the Saturdays to rest and recuperate. In their letter, the school committee claimed that 8 out of 138 teachers left the district last year. That is not accurate. 11 teachers resigned due to displeasure. We had 5 retirees. This caused 23 positions to be posted and needed to be refilled throughout the summer. We started the school year with 8 unfilled positions. When I stated that we had classrooms that had non-certified teachers, the school committee claimed that all of our teachers are certified. In their letter, they stated to the town council that even though I am the union president, if I'm aware of non-certified staff, I should report it to RIDE. The insinuation here is that I am not reporting to RIDE because I'm protecting people as the union president. First and foremost, I am not the union president for non-certified people. The implication that I would hide information from RIDE is aberrant. It's abhorrent. I can't even think about it. It makes me stutter. Our superintendent is well aware that we started school with classrooms that did not have certified teachers. She's the one that completes the paperwork to get someone emergency certified. I'd like to be clear. Emergency certification is not the same thing as being certified. Those people have not been exposed to the educational philosophies, expectations, and laws that a teacher preparation program provides. They have no training from the administration to be teachers. They are mostly lay people who are in front of our students without the preparation or knowledge of a certified teacher. In our district, this includes several teachers and a nurse. The school committee's letter to the town council also stated that my claim that Scituate is paying millions of dollars to other districts is unsubstantiated. According to the school committee's own fiscal 2022 budget presentation, our district paid $2.4 million to other districts from 2019 to 2021. This year, the estimate is another $491,000. So that's about $3 million thus far. This number does not reflect tuition that we pay for special education agencies, charter schools, and others. Sadly, instead of addressing the issues put forth, the school committee uses semantics and misleading information to defend their stance. I personally have countless great memories of teaching in Scituate. I've always loved it. I'm proud of the work that I and my colleagues have done, and we continue to do, even though we have not felt supported by the current school department. Sadly, it's near the end of my career, and I'm experiencing what I will refer to as my worst memories of working in Situate. I deserve better, our teachers deserve better, and our students deserve better. You clarified my first question about Mr. Anderson. I have one more. In the past, taxpayers often complained that our district was top heavy because we had a superintendent, an assistant superintendent, a consultant, and 3 central office staff members. Currently, we have a superintendent, a director of curriculum, director of finance, director of human resources, 3 central office staff members. Our assistant principal is of teaching and learning, and a dean of students has taken over the responsibility of the administrators. Some of them, not all. We now have 9 people doing the job of the 6 that the taxpayers complained about. The rationale for eliminating teaching positions is that our population has decreased, yet we are increasing administrative roles. So here's my question. Is there a plan to add 2 more administrative positions, that of a curriculum consultant and a finance consultant? Why is it silent?
Well, first and foremost, based on what we saw tonight, you guys need all the help you can get, and our district does, to help us with the curriculum and to get the
Okay, but-
scores up.
Okay,
So
can
with
I
that
please respond?
said,
May I please
not just
respond?
you,
No, you
whole
interrupted me.
district.
You interrupted me, so may I please respond to that?
No.
The
You let me
ARC
finish.
No,
No,
why
let
are you
me
pointing
finish.
at me? I
I'm
don't
going
think
to
it's.
answer your question, okay?
Are you hiring?
Yes,
Yes or no?
first and foremost, whatever is being hired for curriculum, and the reason why we need all this help, not just our district, everybody, has nothing to do with you. Every district needs help. That's why there's millions of dollars put out there through ESSA 3 funds. So yes, there are resources coming in to support what we just talked about, to try to get
Right.
you supports, get the kids supports, get the administrators.
And those
support.
resources could be used for teachers as well.
So
Yes, that's
to
true.
answer your question, right now, we do not have a curriculum director. That's a
But we're
vacant
interviewing.
position. There shouldn't be one posted. I don't know. Did that get up?
Yes, it's
Okay,
been
well, that
posted.
should come down because
Oh.
I didn't realize that that was posted. And we are trying to get a curriculum consultant in to try to do an assessment on where we are and what we talked about tonight. And just for the taxpayers out there, because I know you're one of them and that's a concern to you.
Mhm.
It's all done on ESSER fund to help close the gaps.
Okay, but there are other uses for that money.
Like what?
And
Like
also
what? Can you give me something?
teachers, you could hire more interventionists. You could have kept the middle school team intact. What's happening is we're putting all the money. So now we're going to have 11 positions to take care of the 6 positions that taxpayers complained about. Also, I want to touch base on the curriculum. The ARC curriculum, I heard a lot tonight about writing scores are down, writing. The ARC curriculum that this committee put in place is a
Excuse me,
reading
I understand
curriculum,
that the teachers help
not
pick
a
all of the
writing.
curriculum.
No, it was a fake sit at the table, Carolyn. Let's be honest. I didn't get a choice in my curriculum. And now this year I have another new one that I was not
Okay.
at the table for.
Well, the person
So to
that you work
say
with
that,
hopefully will be able to come back and talk to you about that.
excuse me,
So the new curriculum consultant, you can talk about
the new
it.
curriculum consultant who also happens to be this former superintendent who initially put this curriculum in.
Mhm.
Wow.
Oh, she's listening tonight, so you can respond to her directly.
Hello.
But just for the record, I don't agree with some of your responses tonight. I believe that what we sent to the school town council is correct.
That's not true. That's not true.
That's your opinion, but
No, it's not my opinion. It's
it's the
fact.
way you're
And I have
spinning
it
some
for
of the
you.
information
Are you
around
kidding?
tuitions and things like
There
that.
are tuitions and I'm not spinning anything. I have documentation,
Okay.
facts to give you if
And
you'd
we
like.
gave the documentation to the town council.
No, you did
Ellen,
not.
Ellen,
did
did
not.
you want?
You gave
to-
your words in your letter to the town council. You did not give them the
We have the
documentation.
documentation if they're
Okay.
ready. Ellen, do you have anything you'd like to say? Could you
I
say your
do.
name and address?
My name is Ellen Rasmussen. My classroom is 411 in Trimtown Building. My question is
What's your
about,
home address, Ellen?
my home address is 136 Allen Hill Road, Connecticut. My curious question is, where do we stand with submitting our annual district plan for snow days of virtual learning to RIDE? I know that we're in the winter time now, and I'm concerned about what happens when the snow days come.
We have not submitted a plan to RIDE for snow days to be counted as virtual days. They will be snow days that will be made up at the end of the year until such time as we develop a plan and potentially submit it for approval.
Is there a plan to create a plan?
We have talked about whether we want to create a plan or not.
And who is the we?
The administrators and I.
Okay. Because I have the RIDE information here, and I know that it's just an annual thing that we can just relook at last year's stuff that we submitted and just kind of put it right back in there.
No, it's a full packet that.
I know, I have it right here.
Okay.
Yeah, whatever we can do to move it.
Is there a reason why we want to extend the school year into the summer?
If you have a suggestion for your building principal, I would suggest that you give it to them so that when the team of people that write that plan to submit to RIDE, a number of communities have submitted their plans and had them sent back. So I know that we were looking for a model of one that had been approved so that we would make sure that when we submit it, we get it right and it gets approved by RIDE.
So we're waiting for like Smithfield to see what they do.
We're waiting for the model that RIDE has approved, and they have suggested that they would share it with us.
Okay, I look forward to that. Thank you.
You're welcome.
Good evening. My name is Don Ross. I reside at 1159 Chopness Hill Road here in Situate. I thank you for the opportunity allowing me to express my observations and concerns. A brief history about myself. I've resided in Situate since 1999 and have also been a small business owner for over 20 years in and around Situate. I have two children currently in the Situate school system and also another child who was in the Situate school system for 9 years, kindergarten through 8th, but chose to go to another high school. Also, I have worked with the youth for 10 years coaching football and also served on board of directors during that time. My point is, between my business and time in the youth organizations, I've heard a lot of parents and kid issues within the education system in the town. Looking back, I realized that I should have been a boisterous parent and member of the community, but didn't want to be that parent. So tonight I have some questions that I would like to ask of you. As a parent yourself, there has been a lot of talk about 8th grade kids wanting to go elsewhere for high school and other high schools outside. Kids that want to leave in high school. Many people have recalled that decision on their own. It's not just other schools that are coming in and taking our students away. Just in the last year, we've had a head coach of this school steal money from our kids. Police report filed, and what was the punishment? Nothing. We have the situation with the middle school principal and a teacher's aide, which the truth will come out in the future. But how was that handled and what were the consequences? Then we have a student who has knowingly been making threats and harms of students and self. My question I have is, how many times does one student have to make threats before they're removed from the Situate school system? In closing, I would like to ask you, if your child was going to a school system where these types of behaviors are being done without any consequences, would you want them to stay in the system? I am guilty of not being an active voice over the years, but the time has come where we as a community and school system need to do a lot better. I know a lot of people don't show up at these meetings, as you can see, and most think more knows these things that don't. But that's false. They do know what's going on, and the information is out there. I hear it on a daily basis. We as parents expect that our children are safe, educated, respected, etc., when they are in your hands. I thank you for allowing me to express my points, and I await your response to my question once again. How many times does a student get to make threats of harm to other students and faculty before they are removed from the school system.
Did you want a response to some of the, obviously, first and foremost, I'd like to state, I thank you for bringing up your concerns. I do have a student that's at the school, and I've had a student at the school for the entire time that I've been on the school committee. I think this committee and our administration take the safety and well-being of our students very, very seriously. So yes, I send my child to school here every day, as I have for the last 16 years, and feel safe that they are in good hands. If there's the questions that you asked specifically, if there's a particular issue with a student, or we're obviously not able in a public forum to discuss any of those things. You referred to 2 personnel matters, which we do not have the ability to address in a public forum. If you have concerns for the safety of any of your children, I think that's something that needs to be discussed with the building principal immediately. And then if you're not able to get your concerns resolved there, then to speak to the superintendent of schools. But unfortunately, we can't address issues like that in a public forum. But that's my school committee answer. But I'm a parent as well, and I got involved in becoming a school committee member. When I started this, I had 1 child in elementary school, I had 1 in middle school, and I had 1 in high school. 2 of them are gone, and I still have 1 of them here, but I've sent my kids to school every day thinking that they're safe.
Once again, thank you for responding. I understand that you're in a position, and that was not my intent for you to discuss these matters. The point of the matter is we are not doing it right. Do you understand that? The parents out there know what's going on. That is the reason that kids want to leave this school. Parents, they see this over and over and over again, under the carpet, behind the door. Listen, it's no secret that the 8th grade kids in the school want to leave. We're all taxpayers. These are teachers. They need jobs. It's about doing the next right thing. We're here as a community. You don't see it out here. I see it every day on the streets. You guys sit up there, you look at data. It's great. You're doing a phenomenal job, but you're missing the boat on the most obvious things. We had a coach steal thousands of dollars from children. They did not prosecute him. Are you kidding me? What are you teaching children? You know when something happened to the other child? When the parents called here on Monday, that's when that child was taken care of. And you can fill in the blanks, and I won't get into too much detail, but you understand there's a lot of stuff that goes on, and you guys just keep sweeping it under the carpet constantly, over and over.
I want to state that I've been a school resource officer here for a number of years. Over the course of the years, you're absolutely right. There are issues that arise here. However, we have one of the safest schools in the state of Rhode Island. We have a school resource officer who's here every day and handles any type of issues that takes place in the school or the other surrounding schools in the elementaries every single day. I will state that we have not had any lockdowns like some of the other schools surrounding us that we hear about daily. So there are other issues that take place at the other schools. We try to do the best that we can here at this school. We cannot control who leaves the school, who comes to the school. We hope everybody remains here. We try to make this a safety school environment.
Okay, point of order. If you're going to speak to the committee, you need to come up. We can't have this exchange back and forth. If there's something further that you'd like to say, please. Okay. Okay.
Hello, everyone. Cindy Gould, I hope that I have permission to speak because unfortunately, I am no longer a Situate resident. I moved to Connecticut with my husband recently, so.
Why would you not have permission to speak, Cindy?
Well, I don't know. At one time, I was under the impression that you had to be a resident in order to speak.
Absolutely not.
All right, so I just wanted to clarify that before I spoke.
You
which
can
is why
speak at any of our meetings
I
for what you've
appreciate
done
that.
for our kids.
I appreciate that. As I near the end of my career, I'm reflecting on the things that have been said tonight, and I want to first start with the data. We know that colleges across the nation, in fact, more than 1,500 colleges did away with SAT entrance requirements because the idea of a single assessment reflecting on what kids could do was concerning. And so portfolio approaches came in. We know that over the years, we've had several different state assessments, including in my time, New Standards Reference Exam, PARC exam. Then we took on the RICAS assessment, which is really the MCAS in another set of clothes, correct? I mean, when we look on RIDE's site for support materials, the MCAS item analysis.
Which has
things come
worked
up.
really, really well for Massachusetts.
Yes. And again, a totally different set of demographics, different cultural things. But I just want to point out a couple of things when we look at scores. So we looked at 2017, 2018, and we looked at that data. So that data reflects prior to the start of our ARC program, which is generally a reading program with writing components to it, more in writing in response to reading. We have, as a district, looked at those scores last year when we saw students who were very capable writers in classroom could produce pieces that scored on any rubric that was used in writing, that scored with conventions, their ability to convey ideas, all of the component parts that are addressed in the RICAS assessments. And so we have looked at those. And to our surprise, when we saw very capable students getting 0 points. So I just want to remind the committee of a couple of things of the structure of the RICAS assessment. And that is a portion of it. It's an ELA assessment. If we were to disaggregate the data and just look at reading, then maybe we wouldn't be so distressed. That would be one thing. So I would suggest that you do that as well. And I apologize. I did make the comment back there, Carolyn, because the state overall had a number of concerning performances throughout the state. I want to remind you that in 2020, when we went out to distance learning as a result of COVID, we were working tirelessly from sun up to sundown, posting Google lessons, meeting with kids, trying to get parents who were frantic about the thought that it was the end of the world and that why would education matter? Let me just hug my kid on the couch and spend time with them. And so getting kids to show up was a challenge. And then, when we returned to school, I just want to remind you that we returned and put kindergartners in desks, not in tables where they could collaborate. They each had their own set of materials. We sanitized books in classroom every single day so that no child would be exposed to the COVID virus that we were all concerned about. We worked extraordinarily hard to protect our kids physically and extraordinarily hard to take care of those things that were out of our control. For example, if a child tested positive for COVID and was out for an extended period of time, we offered distance learning materials, we offered packets, we delivered to houses materials for students not to have loss. When we came back to school, you recall that we were mask wearing. As a reading specialist and a person who's very knowledgeable regarding language development and the ability for children to be able to learn to read given their understanding of sound, we put our faces behind masks. So my little guys, my kindergarten, first grade, second grade students went through a period of time where they weren't seeing our faces to see how those letters and sounds were formed. I am still seeing the implications of not seeing that as a young child learning letter sound correspondences in my second and third graders who are having trouble with short vowel sounds. In my career, that would be unheard of, that I would have as large a population still having trouble with short vowel sounds. But again, let's consider the implications of how often they missed as a result of COVID, how many teachers were out for COVID, how many subs we had in, how we had teachers at grade levels changing because of the restructuring at the middle school. So we had middle school teachers who came down to our elementary school without the background or experience with ARC. So we had to retrain those because, again, the professional development that we had for ARC, if you recall in the beginning, it was pretty consistent monthly. Everybody was coming. It was full days, half days. And now we're down to a few hours in an afternoon with our new teachers who are new to ARC trying to learn it. So in my building, it has meant some additional responsibility for me to not let my colleagues struggle with a new curriculum because they can't be professionally developed from a distance or through an hour of professional development. When we look at those scores, we consider a variety of things. And this is where I hope society comes to a better understanding, and that is the school pace model for ARC is a continuous growth model. So in real time, I can look at how children are acquiring their understanding and proficiencies towards standards. If you were to look at the computer-based model, you would see the particular standards they address, the points that they get, you would see their progress over time, which is really what most of us would like, right? We would like to say that we grow or change over time and not in any single one isolated thing, which is why I believe that, as I said, a huge number of colleges are no longer looking at just a single SAT score, but rather a variety of collection of portfolio when they consider it admissions. And Carolyn, I think the hard part for us is that while I hear your frustration, please understand that we work very, very hard to ensure that our students are successful on those testings. We had distance learning kids who didn't take the test in person. They came in to take the test. And then we had other distance learning students who didn't take the test at all. And in fact, we had a special needs student that was on a regular education roster that will result in a 0 for us as a score, who should have been on alternate assessment. So there are a lot of reasons to explain.
Cindy,
data
I
points.
get that. And one of the things that I wanted to say was, I know how hard it is. I'm not saying this isn't hard work. It's really hard work. So
we
I
have
didn't
that
want
down.
people to walk away with that. Since I've been here on the school committee, I've tried to figure out how we can help.
So one thing, for
We
example,
approved our budgets.
we presented to you last year for North Situate School the need for a math interventionist. That didn't happen. It got presented. I thought it was agreed to.
Yes, we got a math interventionist.
No, we don't have a math interventionist at North Situate School.
Not North Situate?
No, not at North Situate. And so we are the largest school in the district. You
Where
look
did
at
the
our
math
scores.
interventionist go that we did?
It's in Esser. It's still there. We did not fill the position because when we
Okay,
reviewed.
I will check the budget because I'm
It's still
99.
there.
No, in the general revenue budget, because I'm 99% sure that that was approved at the FTM. I'll double check
And
it.
I thought it was as well. So the fact that we don't
I don't
have one.
understand, like, these are the kinds of things
Again.
that we should be jumping on.
So I'm
The
bringing that.
minute it's approved.
Right. I'm bringing that to your notice. So when we talk about improvement for math scores, so we have a tier 1 curriculum that we made changes in. So we're doing Bridges and Eureka. And if we look at those assessments, which are related to the instruction that kids receive in real time, Mary, they receive that instruction on fractions. That unit assessment, that module that they take is a reflection of the performance of instruction. That is how the child is performing. When we consider the synthesis that's necessary for a kid to put into RICAS, the middle school talks about, high school talks about kids who are not motivated to take assessments. There's no accountability for lots of kids. They just decide it's not an important thing for them. But they do know that that Eureka math test or that Bridges assessment that they're going to take is going to be a grade on their report card. And so mommy and daddy are going to be a little more concerned about that. So again, we've.
I know, but the other thing is too, Sin, is that the reason why we look comparatively over just everybody's struggling with this. I mean, I know that other than the reduction in
You looked at Smithfield for comparative data. The last data sets we had were posted by the schools for Smithfield. There are 2,000 students. There are.
I think that's why we were focusing on North Smithfield. North Smithfield has the
Right.
the
And
similar demographics as
and
we
and
do. I
perhaps-
don't know
and
where
I-
those other school
I
districts
looked at the
came
data for
from.
North Smithfield today, and I wouldn't be running out, Lori, because if you actually look at them a little more closely, you'll find that there are a number of areas in which during this last round that their scores were not meeting, not above the state. And certainly there were areas where we were higher than they were in scores. So rather than running out and comparing us to other schools, think about the things that are SEL related. We have more kids missing days because school is hard. It was easier to be home. I have a fourth grade student who was a distance learner who didn't wear shoes for the entire year. And then when he came to school, his acclimation to coming to school, just actually putting on shoes and being with other people, it took him a tremendously long time to reacclimate to actually being around other kids his age. And he's still working to acquire the social skills that are needed because he had a year of his development, an important year in which he wasn't interacting with other kids that were peers that could shape his behavior and help him. And when we think about the writing part, I want you to know that for distance learning, one of the hardest things for us was to do writing instruction. We do writing instruction in classrooms. And again, I was a classroom teacher for a lot of years, and I know I'm currently a reading specialist, but I teach writing as well. I teach the encoding of language to spell, and I teach writing in response to reading. So I do teach writing as well. We have kids who are having difficulty because the hearing and recording of sounds and words, because the challenges they had when we were all mask wearing. We have kids who are having difficulty because during distance learning time, we weren't pulling up next to them, looking over their shoulder as they were beginning to write and scaffolding in the way we would do in a classroom. We couldn't say, Johnny, take a look at line 3 in your response to your question that you wrote. Imagine a screen with 25 kids. How would it be possible to support writing the way we could in a classroom? So there are so many things that nationwide, and I'll end with this, and I apologize. You know, I'm at the end of my career, and I am sadder today in this district than I have ever been.
Me too.
I am sadder today.
Very sad too. Very disheartening. It's frustrating. We should be so much further along.
You couldn't get anything more from me than I currently give.
I know. And it's frustrating, isn't it?
And so to my principal's credit, Caitlin and I work together to do those deep dives. We work with our teachers in common planning. I can only speak to our North Situate experience. And since North Situate often gets touted as being what's happening in North Situate, my 5 children went to North Situate, 2 valedictorians, all college graduates with high honors. So please, I understand that, you know, there was a different time that you're mentioning, Carolyn, when you say what's happening to North Situate. But what's happening at North Situate is that we're working tremendously hard, meeting with teachers, looking at kids' scores. I'm providing libraries for kids who don't have libraries. I'm calling dad because dad won't do what mom asked him to do because they're a divorced set of people and Johnny can't read, you know, get his reading log signed because dad decides he's not going to do it, no matter what mom says. We are interacting with families that have never been at the place that they're at. Many of these families, many of our current children, we looked at preschool experiences. Many of our current children, because their parents last year and the year before didn't have preschool opportunities because, as you recall, many of them were closed. Those kids stayed home, sat on the couch, had their iPad, and grandma took them to the zoo every now and then because mom and dad were in the other room working. So when we think about how this has affected us as a school, us as a district, it's affected an entire nation. I can show you study after study, and I did this when we first came back, that showed the regression nationwide. If you recall, there are many places in the country that didn't even go back to full-time learning last year. So we came back willing to take on all of the challenges. We're continuing to do that. We offer to parents and to kids all these opportunities, but we cannot own the responsibility if Johnny's mom will not bring Johnny to the after-school program, despite what we do. So there are a lot of things, and again, I'll end with this. What I would really like to be is the kind of district that says, these are the things that we're doing well on. Please always start with that. I always start with that with my students. It's much better received.
Well, that's why we started with Clayville.
And let me just say this, as a Clayville teacher, I was there at a time 15 years ago, when we were also #1 in the state. And I would like to remind you that when you have a cohort of kids that goes through a school, it's considered like looping. And Lori can attest to this fact that they don't have to work at developing community because they've already been together as a group of kids. The one thing that changes in their life is the responsible teachers who are continuing to work and teach them. So when you consider, I used to always call Clayville, and everyone I knew called Clayville a private school, because we had the luxury of having one at each grade level. Their reading specialist works half-time in the building and then goes to Hope, where we look at the data for Hope and we say, you know, what's the problem with their ELA? They're working at trying to make those differences. We made a change in reading program this year. And so we have new reading programs and we're taking on ARC. We're trying to do it all.
I have no doubt on how hard everyone is working
So
and I
just
support them.
as
But
I
we're just not getting
As I
the
close,
outcomes that we've wanted yet.
let's frame it from consideration of our state, our city, our towns. They've all gone through tremendous challenges through the time of COVID. We still have kids. If you call the nurses now and ask them how many kids were out in their buildings, we have RSV daily. I have of my 10 students that I would have seen in the morning, 6 of them were out and have been out for several days because of this cough, this RSV, who's got flu 1. They're not well enough to do a distance learning program. They're on the couch coughing for a couple of days. So there are a lot of things that affect all of that we didn't experience at some time previously, but now we have, we kept our masks on for a long time. So they say now all the viruses are back and now we have kids that are out and sick longer. Again, there's a lot that explains why we are where we are. Please just try to focus on what we do well and then give us some support in saying how would you be willing to support us to make those changes? Give us a math specialist at North Situate, work on SEL throughout this entire district, because while Choose Love is a wonderful social emotional program, the needs for these families and kids, we have families and kids that were traumatized through all of this. More
Our budgets
divorces.
had nothing in them, nothing. We've tried to put resources out there and make them available. It's not perfect.
There aren't
If
enough.
We need math interventionists. You all, we talked to Heather Daly. She knows exactly what's going on in the math programs in her building. Your feedback is really important. It's important. I'm assuming that feedback is getting from you to the principals, to Stephanie in the budget process. I don't know how that process.
I'm
is
not sure what
working.
happened with a math specialist that
But I'm
interventionist
just
piece.
trying to say that as an example.
Right. And I understand that. And as a district, we have the least number of support professionals in it. When we think about the years, typically over time, administration doesn't grow, the support staff grows. And to Maureen's point, in all honesty, having 11 people that are going to serve and support at an administrative level, I appreciate that Carol's going to come back and do some great work to see what the challenges are. We're doing that as well every single CPT time we have. So I appreciate that. But in truth, we need people who are actually doing the work. We need more school psychologists, more social workers. We have a lot of needy kids. A lot of needy kids. Thank you for giving me the
So,
opportunity.
okay, thank you.
Yeah.
Hi, Bianca.
She's a tough one to follow. Bianca Mancini, 665 Hope Furnace Road. I was going to give you the month off and I changed my mind, so I apologize. I'll start with the easy one. Can I get an update on Cato, if anything?
Yes, the Cato, the mediation was canceled due to the mediator being sick. I guess there's a lot going on.
Okay.
And that's been rescheduled for January 11th. And it's all systems go for the 11th at this point in time.
All right, I'll be waiting.
Okay.
The reason I did get up was after hearing the gentleman speak. It just really bothered me because, as you all know, I have spoken about similar things for months. The talk, the conversation, what parents think, and hearing another parent really passionately talk about it is really bothering me because you have a perception problem. You have a really big perception problem. And as much as I appreciate the data and the scores and who we're hiring and who we're not, and all the other conversation, if it continues at this point, you're not going to have any scores. You're not going to have jobs. No one's going to be here. And I keep saying it and saying it and saying it. And I know a lot of people in this town, and I'm not saying that because I'm trying to sound important. Everyone asks me all the time, and I'm not the only one. And I understand the need to hide behind an attorney. I understand the need to keep things under wraps, personnel issues. That's fine. I respect all of that. I'm a professional. I do it daily. You have got to figure out a way to make these parents feel that this community is one and whole and that everybody has these kids' backs, because right now they don't. And they're running. They're running. And I can say it until I'm blue in the face, and I can do all the fun things and try to make everybody excited about things. But it is so frustrating when you really want a district to succeed and you can see that the community that you love is breaking apart because they just don't feel like anyone is invested in them. So after hearing him, if he's coming up here and saying that, you can imagine what the rest of the parents are saying. So please, I'm begging you, and I will help in any way I can. You've got to get out in front of these parents and make them feel like this is the place they need to be. Because if you don't, none of this tonight is going to matter. I guarantee you, none of us will be here.
Bianca, I just want to add, there's a few more sinkholes that popped up in the field, so as well.
Great, thank you. So, I mean, Kevin, you could give me a little bit of good news, Kevin. Thank you.
Okay. Are there any other, anybody else with any comments or questions? Okay. Moving on to new business as part of the agenda. Discussion action vote for the retention of Barton Gilman, LLP as conflicts counsel to represent Situate with the respect to its membership withdrawal from the Northern Rhode Island Collaborative. Do I have a second? Do I have a motion? Sorry. Do I have a second? All those in favor? Aye. Second item on the under new business, discussion action vote concerning Situate serving statutory withdrawal notice prior to 12/31/22 from the Northern Rhode Island Collaborative, and then negotiating withdrawal on the like terms that were previously negotiated by the Cumberland School Committee. Do I have a motion?
I make a motion to approve your statement.
Second.
All those in favor?
Aye.
Okay. Do I have a motion to approve the ratification of the official school committee meeting calendar for the calendar year 2023? Do I have any seconds? All those in
I
favor?
have discussion. So on September 5th last year, we ended up, I just want to bring this out, even though September's a long way from now. We ended up moving it to the 12th because it was right after Labor Day. So do we want to just go ahead and like plan that now?
We did not assume that the committee would want to do that, but knowing that that is right, that's probably, it might be end up being the first day of school. So, and it's right after Labor Day. So if you want to move it to the next week, we certainly can do that.
I mean, we can also wait till the time, but I just know that I know this is a problem
it
for
the
John.
12th?
He can't attend those meetings. But I just wanted to bring that up. So maybe.
Okay. All those in, so are we going to change it to the 12th?
Does the committee want to change it to the
Can I
12th?
have an amended motion to
Well, hold on.
approve the
I just-
calendar?
Just make sure everyone's aware that John can't make it if we change it. I just want to point that out as well.
Why don't we approve it and
then-
then we can change it as necessary?
I appreciate the courtesy, and if I have a conflict, either somebody will come in and sub for me, or I will have somebody come and sub for me at the conflicting district.
So
Then let's just move it.
We haven't set the calendar yet, but if the committee wants to continue to return after Labor Day, it'll be the 5th.
Sixth, fifth, yeah.
6th, 5th.
Yeah.
Right.
So do we have a motion to amend the original motion to change the September meeting to September 12th?
So move.
Do I have a second?
Second,
All those in favor?
I
Aye.
know.
Mary shouldn't be able to.
Okay.
She can, she's still here.
Do I have a motion to approve the MOU with the Situate Educational Support Personnel?
So moved.
Thank you.
Second,
All those in favor?
Aye.
Do I have, so the next agenda item is a discussion. Last year, we re-upped the building committee every year, but people were not aware of it. So I wanted to put this on the agenda, not for a vote, but just for a discussion and let anyone out there that wants to reapply for the building committee have the opportunity to do so. And that will be a reappointment in January or maybe February. So we'll do, because you've got a lot going on with the holidays and yeah.
Not much going on.
So why don't we do that? And
So you're gonna have people reapply.
we're
and-
opening the process
and
again.
post it.
Yes, and we're gonna, yeah, we're gonna post,
Does that pertain to all the present members as well? If
Yes.
They're aware.
yes,
Mr. Chair.
yes.
And if they
Pam, you work
reapply,
with me on that, right? We'll re-up that. I'm sorry, Mr. Chair, go ahead.
first Erica, Carolyn, if they reapply, are they automatically renewed on the committee? Or,
I think that's what we did the last time.
and so
I
the
don't think-
posting would be for anyone who was choosing to not return and
Or if
now it's
anybody, yeah,
vacant.
or if anybody drops off.
Hmm.
Yeah.
I don't know. I don't know if we have current members who reapply and yet maybe someone new is
Is it
applying
better-
that,
Is a better candidate?
yeah. I think we want to keep that option
Yeah,
open.
we should keep it open.
So that would be made clear.
Yes, we'll
To
make
the
sure the
current members.
criteria and the rules are clear.
Therefore, it's defined as like a one-year term.
It's a one-year term.
Personally, I'm supportive of that. I think that makes a lot of sense. That it shouldn't be automatically assumed that you're on the committee that you're considered every year. But the reason that wasn't the reason I actually wanted, but I want to talk on this agenda item. When we meet on Monday, given the discussion that occurred with regard to the
We
wells,
have it down.
No,
to go
no.
Onto the agenda. I'm
I
sorry.
don't know if you want to, as a school committee, make that a work session. If more than one, so if more than two of you show up, given the severity of the discussion, if that was something that you want to, as a committee, attend and discuss. I want to put that out there that you have enough time to post
Well, let me
that for
just
open
poll
meeting.
that. You're not coming.
No.
You're coming. You're not coming, are you? Do you want to go to talk about the well? You want to go and talk
No, I
about,
don't think he needs to be there. That's the piece. So I don't think we need to.
how about you, Erica? Do you
But-
want to
but,
go and
uh,
talk about the well?
But I think, given the severity of the fact that they dropped the $200,000
Right.
I just
or
want to
higher
make sure that before I
bombshell.
ask her to post another school committee meeting, a workshop, if I want to just make sure that there's any interest at the table for attending, that's
So I don't think that, I think it can be a discussion, but that.
still got to come back to us.
Yeah, I think we need to work it in, but there was a lot of, we need to do it. And I know that meetings, we need a deeper dig here. Who initiated this process?
Mm.
Where was it? What are these
Exactly.
numbers looking at? If this is gonna be $250,000 and we're gonna get loan forgiveness for 200, that's a $50,000 number we're looking at. So I think there needs to be more. I think we can bring it up and discuss it, but
Mm.
ultimately, once they give us that information, we can talk about it amongst the members. And then maybe there is people that have some historic knowledge of it, and then it's gonna come back to the school committee anyway.
I just wanted to put it out there because given the way the discussion went a few hours ago.
It's not $1 million.
I can always still attend. I just can't participate. So I can attend. and
Yeah, I
listen.
just don't want whatever the effects of an open meeting violation. I don't want you guys to get called on it.
Right.
Let's get on the interventionist. Okay, so I just want to double check, Erica. I'd be more than happy to make it a work session if you wanted. Are you sure? Because I don't. But why? we can just turn it into a work session if you really want to participate in this. Why don't we just post it and then if somebody wants to come, they can? Okay, all right. Okay, do anybody have any announcements? Okay,
I'm going to stand up for it.
okay.
So, and I'm going to read from this. I guess I have to do this.
John. No, John.
So, Mary, just like your father before you, your dedication to the Situate School Department as a committee member will have lasting effects for years to come. You worked on every contract, spent hours on mathematical calculations and predictions to help improve student performance, made every decision with students' education as your number one priority, always spoke with poise and respect, and championed the effort to promote your media initiatives. You'll be stepping down as a committee member, but we know you will continue to support our schools and community because it's who you are.
I think
I'm not done.
Lori
You can't
mentioned
speak.
the sit team.
Yeah. As a token of our appreciation, we felt it was only appropriate to present you with a, hold on, I'm gonna go get it.
Oh,
But it's not that. I hope it was.
uh-oh.
That wasn't it. I didn't break anything. A mini Joseph.
Oh,
Like it's in there to protect your hands because it'll bite you.
oh, this is great.
From our very own greenhouse, a space that you have spent many hours volunteering in. And because you have trained us well, I would like to take a few moments to highlight Situate's Greenhouse and Agricultural Club projects and successes. First, I would like to thank Beth Travers for selecting your cactus and providing me with the following information. The Agricultural Club is working hard to familiarize themselves with the greenhouse and outdoor garden, promote awareness and gain appreciation of nature and the power of plants. They've implemented the Adopt a Cactus project, making use of their 20-plus-year-old prickly pear cactus named Joseph that inhabits the greenhouse. The overall goal is to promote positivity and joy through the power of plants by donating easy-to-care-for plants to the community. Since starting this project, over 30 mini cacti have been propagated from the parent plant and found new homes. In addition, club members worked with the Northern Rhode Island Conservation District to plant new seedlings and build deer protection around plants at Aesop Hopkins Management Area. Through the Salmon in the Classroom program through Rhode Island DEM, students raised salmon in the classroom from egg stage through the fry stages. At this stage of development, students release the fry into the Wood River each year. All of the 100-plus leftover vegetable plants from the spring plant sale were donated to a local nonprofit organization to plant. Students regularly make cards for the Rhode Island Help the Homeless program. Members take any opportunity they can to integrate projects in the middle school engineering classes, hosting planting parties in the spring when all of the plants arrive, taking weekly walks through the greenhouse, and generally surrounding themselves with the power of plants throughout the year. The students are very proud of their work, and we are proud of them as well. So let this mini Joseph be a reminder of how grateful this community is for all the tireless work you have put into the Situate School Department. And we hope that this mini Joseph finds you positivity and joy.
And it will, definitely. I'll have to. Thank you. Thank you. Should I name, I can't call it mini Joseph. Can I name Spartan? How about I name him Spartan?
And I would recommend to get him out of there, I would just
Sparty.
back because it'll,
Okay,
the thorns will get you.
I'm tough.
Mary,
Thank-
it's
thank
10
you
it's-
so much.
It's 10:15 and I don't have
I
a prepared
know.
statement, but I wouldn't
No.
let this meeting close. And I know we'll have another budget session, but this is the last.
You'll see me in public comment.
Oh, here we go with their math. Thank you. Thank you for all your time that you spent. I was thinking about this driving here today. The one word, maybe it's two words that comes to mind, is due diligence. Everything you did with due diligence, going above and beyond. And as Erica stated, all in the best interest of kids. So, we appreciate the time that you spent with
Thank
us.
you.
And I believe that it takes actually a member of a school committee to recognize what a member of a school committee does, because it's
Oh,
quite a
yes.
thankless job in some ways. We don't do it for
yes.
recognition. We don't do it for glory, but thank you for all that you've done for our
Yes.
town and for, most importantly, for our kids.
Well, it was a privilege. I
Mary,
consider it a privilege.
30 years of your experience at this table is going to be missed. And I'm telling you, we're going to miss
35,
35.
but who's counting?
Yeah, well, I just want to tell you, already know how I feel about you leaving. I'm still not over it. but I know you've got some big things to take care of.
Always a phone call.
Okay, well, thank you so
Thank
much
you,
for
Carolyn.
everything.
Thanks.
Mary,
Boy.
I just wanted to tell you, thank you so much. It's been a pleasure working with you. And I told you the other day, you have excellent energy and I've enjoyed my time with you.
Oh,
So thank
good.
you.
If you need any help with data entry,
I'll be calling you.
Yeah. You'll be too busy I thought you were gonna go in the back and get a sandwich board, but that's pretty too, but whatever. No.
So do I have a motion to adjourn?
I'd like to make a
Oh.
motion to adjourn.
There you go, Mary. Do I have a second?
Thank you.
Okay.
All those in favor?
Aye.